Melyssa Ford. Welcome back. What happened after we press publish?
You don't got time to be decentering men, ma'am.
Your wifey material. You should be off the market.
Melyssa, like, yo, she's cooking. Ain't nobody gonna rock with her, man. They're just gonna use her for.
You know, when you've been ran through like that, that's what happens. This is what coping looks like.
This is not what I want for young Black women.
You're 50.
I'm aging. Look, it's not that tight anymore. I don't give a I love it. I love it. I'm sorry if this makes you mad. Misandry, you get rejected. She doesn't want anything to do with men. Misogyny, we risk getting killed. I will not go searching for romantic love when my own lived experiences. I would get further in life drawing a circle on a brick wall and smashing my head in the middle of it. Like I don't want it. I'm not trying to convince anybody to get married, to not get married, to have kids, to not have kids. Do what you want with the gift of your life. But if you want some advice from a woman who has lived an extraordinarily full life, you know, just might have a little anecdote.
We had him on the podcast.
Hi there, lovers. Here's what's
going on? How y'all doing, man? Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. But it's just the crew, man. We got Sharon, Willard, Miss Pearl, Boheme, True, Keisha. Got a couple of more people pulling up as well. How y'all doing?
Doing well, thank you. Made it another year around the earth, so I'm happy.
Oh, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, sir. Getting old.
Happy birthday, you old ass nigga.
It's good to be here, man. Happy Thursday. Happy birthday to you as well. As you guys come in, hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Let's see what we got in the house. We got Marcus Evans. What's good, brother? Please in the chat. Jordan World. Good to see you. We also got OTKP. Again, as you guys come in, hit that like button. Go ahead and share the stream, man. It's going to be an excellent show. You've seen the title, The Death of Desire, why Melyssa Ford's meltdown is every woman's future. I thought this might have been an interesting discussion. I did watch majority of this interview that took place. So we're going to go ahead and react to it. That's going to be the show. The reason why I found it interesting is because last week we just had a discussion. It was kind of heated. You know, I was looking at some of the clips. And I know we talked about both men and women hitting the wall. And that's one of the discussions that come up inside of that interview, and why women are getting so much heat when it comes to being over 40 and still single and not pursuing a family and kids and so forth. So we're going to see what Melyssa Ford has to say, and we're going to tie it back into our everyday lives. We're going to make it do what it do. Yeah. You good, Miss Pearl?
I knew you was gonna call me. Like I'm in the classroom. I'm being disobedient.
You got to relax a little bit. You just kind of sitting up like you doing sign language at church or something.
No, I was getting my phone. I don't know. Maybe I guess I thought I was a see. Want me to do it? That's what I was doing. I was getting my phone together.
Yeah. We're gonna see if we can send you a
don't do that
care package with tripod or something like that. I don't think they cost that much Amazon, so we're gonna see if we can get that to you. Quick, fast, 2-day delivery.
Thank y'all.
Prime member, so we'll go ahead and get it. What's going on, Keish?
Hello.
Man, something different about you. What you doing?
I don't know.
Just woke up like that?
I got a retie. You know what I'm saying? I got this. It's fresh. Every time I do it, every time.
Different, okay. Well, no one, just me. I pay attention to detail. True, who are you talking to? True, you with us? You there? Oh, okay.
I'm here. I'm locked in. I'm here.
Okay, you're having a whole sad conversation, man. That's skill. That takes a lot of talent right there, man, to be able to do that, man, to be hearing that at the same time.
I appreciate you. This goes to show that men can multitask, because they say we can't do it. But we can.
Okay.
Same.
Oh, what's that thing? Oh, that's me. See, I guess we can't multitask, so at least some of us can. Willie G, Well, no, that was Dr. Willie. I'm sorry. I got to get that title right.
Yeah. Put some respect on my Groupon doctorate. Class of 2006 with almost Dr. Cheyenne Bryant.
Okay. So you're choosing balance over there, huh?
No, she was a year ahead of me, so I can't say nothing too crazy about her. But we went to the same school.
Went to the same school?
Yeah, same school.
I hope I don't see you on the shade room or nothing.
No, I ain't gonna hold you. I paid for mine. I just paid for mine. I did none of the work. I just paid for the degree.
Okay. Nothing wrong with that.
That's how you tell the truth up front. Now can everybody use it against me?
I see you got good character, man. That's what's up, Willie.
Yeah.
It's good to see you being truthful.
So anybody needs therapy or counseling, come talk to me.
All right. Well, as I stated before, we're gonna go ahead and break this down, man. We're going to get this video together. I was on father duty, man. My son he had a camp this week, so he's been having me all over the place. I feel like I'm a teacher. So shout out to all y'all teachers out there, man. You gotta make sure you keep them busy because every 5 minutes they're hungry and bored. If you got a child, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. What's going on, Kate Clarity? Good to see you, man. I'm going to get this video together. I got any special plans? Any summer plans? Anybody traveling? Barbecues? Is it summer where you at? Or is it still cold?
Cruises, Brazil, a little bit of, nothing too much.
Okay.
You going to all the sex tourism locations.
It's the devil's balls neck where I am. So.
I'm just going to watch some football, Willie. That's it.
What game you going to in Brazil?
The Ravens. You better know it. And the Cowboys, unfortunately.
Sorry. Yeah, I'll probably see you down there if that's the case. I know you're going for the game.
So why you playing then? Come on now.
Well, I'm supposed to be going to Brazil. Yeah, you're not supposed to be going to Brazil. That's crazy. You won't come to DC to see. You won't come to Baltimore to see the race, but you'll go to Brazil. Hey,
Who said I know? You made that up. I done been there many a days.
When was the last time you came to Baltimore?
April 15th.
Of what year?
This year, 2026.
See, the Ravens wouldn't even playing football then. Thank you.
You said you ain't say when the last time I saw football. You said
what we were talking about.
That was like October then.
Time. I feel like I'm sinking deeper into the bath of, just unapologetic, just appreciation for the life that I'm living and the woman that I'm becoming, and I refuse to let anybody take it from me. I am so content, dare I say happy, that I'm just tickled pink that it had such a visceral reaction for people. A lot of women seem to resonate with the content, and a lot of men seem to have their panties in a bunch.
Yes. Which is what I really loved, because for me, it was mostly positive.
Yeah.
But I think that the centralizing thing was just around the concept of Bething, which we're now going to call kidding because people did not like that.
Yeah.
But this concept of women who have come to a place, the reason why I liked the idea of a royal figure, because it's very clear to understand why a royal person would be reserved about bringing on a partner, because immediately it would diminish their power. So traditionally we think for women, when you get a man, he enhances your social status, he enhances your power, it expands you. But for today's day and age, it's not necessarily as true as it once was. That to be said, this concept for women who are kind of coming into this, and we talked about tacit knowledge versus structured knowledge, this awareness that I bring a lot to the table, I have a lot to offer, I have a very full life, I've worked very hard on myself, and the pool of people who I'm expected to mate with haven't done the same. And I'm told that my value is whether or not I can link up with that person who hasn't worked as hard to be the person that I am today. And them being like, there's something not right about that.
And who's controlling the idea? Who's controlling the idea of that idea of value? Men have dangled marriage in front of us like a carrot, since that is the thing that they feel like is the ultimate goal for us. And that is the pressure that society has put on us. It is no longer the truth. At the end of the day, it all comes down to control. That's what it all comes down to, you know, control over finances, control over status. The thing that I found most funny about all of the men that were kind of in an uproar over what I was saying, you know, when they hear the word decenter men, they hear I can no longer control anything that this woman does because she's not all of the normal things that she would be looking for, a protector, a provider, you know, a ring on her finger. None of those things impress me or impress upon me or even feel like I need them. You know, I have proven I can take very good care of myself. And my standards are based on what I have been able to provide for myself. But at the end of the day, I found it really interesting that people seem to feel like I need to justify what makes my life meaningful. I have determined what makes my life meaningful. I have my own system of values. I have my own ethics, my own moral code. I know what I place high on the list and what is not very important to me. And I have constructed my life in a way where I'm content every single day. Every single day. I don't want for anything. And I'm not even talking about material things here. I wake up to unconditional love from my puppies. You know, like, and they bring me so much joy. Am I saying that there's no difference between, you know, my dogs and romantic love? No, they're not the same thing at all. But I will not go searching for romantic love when by my own lived experiences, I would get further in life drawing a circle on a brick wall and smashing my head in the middle of it.
I'll go ahead and stop it there, man. So the one thing I did notice is that she seems to be happy, you know, living her life, and the choice that she made seems to be very peaceful. But I want to get you guys' reactions as to what she said. We'll go with you first, Sharon. You got that big cheese on your face.
I think it's very interesting what she's saying, but it's a lot of truthfulness in it. Why, if you have your own codes, why dumb them down for somebody that's not willing to put in the work? If you go through life dealing with different kind of challenges, some man that is not putting in the same work is just not worth it. And it just shows in today's time, women that have a code, they have a value system, it's more difficult for them to find a man that is willing to meet them at just surface level, just to even get into the room, to even start a relationship and date each other. This is why I said that, you know, a lot of men, they got to change their values. So they got to take out lust and degeneracy from the top of their value system and add some honor, some integrity, some education. They need to add some different things in their value system so they could be more dateable in the world. It's just like last week. She's really talking about all the things that we were talking about last week as well. And just because a woman is getting older doesn't mean that she is less valuable in the dating world. That doesn't mean because we're getting older that all of a sudden that we are worthless now. That's just ridiculous in my opinion.
Just because it's your birthday, you're not going to come on here and start talking that nonsense. We're not doing that today, sir. We are not doing that today.
Tell me where I lied.
We're not doing it. No, we're not doing it. First and foremost, this woman has been engaged 4+ times. If she was so happy, she wouldn't continue to be interviewed and continue to center relationships around the core of her happiness. She can talk about all the things that she's developed and built throughout her time on Earth. But I find it very, very interesting that her claim to fame was her being in a bathing suit and her being on the front of magazines. She didn't build an organization. This lady didn't like study at the highest level. So her very claim to fame was her sexuality. And now she's arrived at a point to where relationships no longer serve her. I'd argue that she's just not what she's one of those rare women who just didn't develop in a way to be fit for a relationship. And I'd rather her say that. She's privileged because she's halfway decent looking. So she can do a lot of things that most women can't do. She needs to stop making it seem like this is the new level and the new standard. At the end of the day, when it comes down to relationships, that is always going to work a certain way. It's just what it is. And it doesn't matter how accomplished you are. It doesn't matter how attractive you are. If you get in a relationship with a man, that is always going to funnel a certain way, unless women are going to rewrite the rules and create a different standard. And I hope I'm alive to see it. And I'll land.
Hey, a woman holding her own code. So whatever those 4 other relationships that failed, that didn't turn into marriage, it is what it is. It's probably because she had a certain code that the men didn't want to uphold for whatever she see fit. And so I don't understand why that's an issue. Whatever she did at 18 don't have nothing to do with what she's doing at 49. The way how I was at 18 and the way how I am today is 2 completely different men. And so human beings are allowed to change their position, to get more mature, to understand what's the world moving around them. And when you hold a standard, you have less people to date. That's just a fact.
Go ahead, Miss Keish. Let's go ahead and get some.
No, I was gonna say I don't think that she's rejecting love per se. I just think that she's rejected the bad experiences. I think that if the right person for her came along, I think that she would totally change all that. I think she's trying to convince herself, and not only herself and us, that she's happy. I don't think she's happy. God put us here to. She might be happy with her finances. She might be happy with, other aspects in her life. But overall, God put us here to, what I'm saying, love and be loved. So I think it's just a facade. I think sometimes we put on a facade as if we're in a space that, that's acceptable to us. But internally, I think we fight different demons that force us to be a certain way. So I just think that she's just rejecting her for engagements, like y'all said, and not love, being in love itself.
Go ahead, Bohem. I seen you had a little bit of confusion with what Miss Keish said. What were you thinking?
So we are put here to love romantically, because does love not come in other forms? Because I think all of us love someone. All of us have love in our lives. Yeah. So we're not missing that. We're not devoid of love at all whatsoever. So no, I don't need a partner, a husband, or whatever to have love. I already have that in my circle. I already have that for myself. So yes, someone can be happy and not be in a relationship because that person is not void of love unless that person is void of any personal relationship. And then that's another conversation. But I don't want us to think that we were put on this earth and everyone was put here to marry someone. No, there are a lot of people who live and die and have never been married and have never been in love romantically. That's just what happens. And so you have to find happiness all on your own. And to say that someone has gotten to 49 and they're not happy, what the fuck? That's the journey that we're on. You do not find happiness in someone else. You have that when you enter the relationship. You don't find peace in the person that you are dating or marrying. You have that when you come. And if you do not, you should not be in a relationship at all whatsoever if you are looking for some type of outside happiness, peace, or validation. If you don't already have that, then you shouldn't be dating. And so that completely destroys any argument that we were put on this earth for that. We were not. We were put on this earth to be happy, to experience life, to experience each other. But if that does not end in a marriage or partnership or having kids, because, all of that doesn't happen, that does not mean that we die unhappy. That was just crazy.
I don't think she'll die unhappy. But I don't think that, just because somebody says they're happy out their mouth don't mean, my point is that doesn't mean she's internally happy. I said she could also be happy in other aspects of her life. I did say that. But I also said that if she was to find someone who gave her the happiness that she's rejected per se in these 4 engagements, I think she would be open to love again. Because right now she talk as if she okay, we get it. You don't need a man, you don't need a woman. Okay, but also God put us here for that reason, to love. I'm not saying love per se in all your ships, like your friendships, your you know, not just marriage wise, but I also do, you know, agree with you. But yeah, I think that once she finds someone, I think she'll speak a different tune. But because she's been in so many different types of ships, I think she's just like, oh, I'm good, I'm happy, I'm all right, you know. But that's just my thoughts.
What do you think, Shan? Yeah,
so I didn't hear the whole thing. I came in at the end. But just gathering information that you guys are saying, I guess we're talking about Melyssa Ford and her singleness and her being happy in her singleness. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
I think, you know, it's almost like, you know, wanting money, being broke, but still being happy, even with what you got. You're blessed. You feel like I'm blessed. Like, yeah, I would love to be a millionaire, but you know, I'm not. Does it stop me from being happy? Absolutely not. It may never be a millionaire, but it can't run my life. So it's almost like the same thing, right? I think what's your name, baby? Because I can't see. Lord Jesus.
Right, my Sharon.
I can't, right here. I agree with her. I think that I don't think that she's saying I don't want a man. I think that she's saying I'm okay with myself. I don't have one. I love myself. I'm okay with myself. It's fine. I'm happy. You know, if I had a man, great. Obviously, people want love. They want romance. But am I going to lay down and die because I don't have a man? I think most women feel that way. Imagine how many single women there are, right? But yet we see them channeling that energy elsewhere, whether they're going trips or they're doing something, they're in school, whatever it is that they're doing, they're giving that attention somewhere else. They're putting that energy somewhere else, right? And they're happy doing it. Again, this does not mean they do not want a man. Absolutely. But does that mean they want any man? They're just willing to take any man off the street to say, I have a man? No, I think they'd rather have those cats that she's talking about. I think they'd rather be alone, reading a book, than just have any man. Because we know men can come in and mess up your peace. It'd be like, oh, Lord, how did I get here? What is going on? So I just want guys to not, I don't think that when women are in this situation, I just want to just clarify. Most women, every woman besides the ones who want women, wants a man. But if they don't have it, they're not going to lay down and die. They're going to find their happiness elsewhere. They are going to be, and it's going to be a genuine happiness, believe it or not. Okay? So that's it.
Sure. I saw a face expression. I know if you wanted to respond before we go to Ms. Pearl. Was something that you wanted to say? True. Okay.
I mean, respectfully, I think it's a lot of BS, to be honest. But and when I say that, I'm saying it in the sense of I think we're smart enough to understand that any individual can find happiness. But I believe Melyssa Ford is one of those unique women who create a narrative because she's privileged. She's halfway decent looking. She's relatively successful. So therefore, she is able to carve out a life that most women will never, ever, ever, ever attain to. And the reality is we are put on this earth to procreate and connect. There is no other purpose of life other than human beings. No other purpose. Like no other purpose. No career, no traveling. That crap does not supersede the connection that is necessary for humans, male and female alike. So basically, it's blasphemous. Like that's it. I don't understand why this is so hard to understand. This woman has had more opportunities to meet men that are prominent than every woman on this panel, probably most of our listeners and so on and so forth, because of her access point. And she's chosen to make her quote unquote standards so high and unattainable that I don't believe any man could deal with her, to be honest with you. She's trying to flip it and make it seem like, oh, the men come and they're subpar. No, ma'am, you're just undateable, unmarriageable. You're one of those bad batches. And that's cool. You should stay as far away from somebody's son as possible, because she just, to me, does not come across as a woman who really brings an essence of maturity. And
Hey,
go ahead.
That's crazy.
Go ahead, Sharon. You want to say something?
That's crazy. And this is why I guess she got so much backlash for saying decent men. The idea that I'm going to raise my daughters to believe that no matter all the accomplishments that they accumulate, that they need a man to be happy. Absolutely not. I'm going to raise my daughters to be independent and independently happy as much as they possibly can. So that the idea that she needs a man to make this full circle of life and be held up like Simba on the mountaintop is just ridiculous. She don't need no man. She's proven that she don't need no man. She's way past half decent. She still got her body in shape. She never had no children. She looks beautiful. She's phenomenal. Half decent is wild to say about this lady. That's crazy talk.
My mic is working, right? I did not say what he said. Y'all didn't hear me say that, because I know I didn't say that. Okay, thank you. I know I didn't say that. So let me go ahead and slow it down and clarify again, because I never said she needed a man. I said she is the type of woman, in my opinion, that raises a false narrative of standards that no man is going to achieve. And this is no different than Shan's example of, well, I'm happy and content of the money that I make, but I would like to be a millionaire. Those are very different examples, right? Because she actually has had the ability to arrive in several relationships that for whatever reason did not work out. This woman is insufferable at her soul. She does not want to conform to what is considered normal. And Sharon, how you choose to raise your daughters, my brother, is, all blessed and thanks to how you want to do it. But if you raise your daughters to believe that their achievement outside of a relationship is more relevant, you're doing them a disservice, because we as people, and I did say this, people, man and woman alike, we're here for people. We're here for people. That could be whatever you want it to be. But this woman is trying to make it seem like, oh, I don't need this and I don't need that. Great, good. Then why do you continue to bring so much attention to the fact that you have not arrived at a relationship and try to make it seem like the vast amount of men are not capable? I can't sit in good faith and be like, there is no dude or a dozen dudes who could stand next to a Melyssa Ford, and create a beautiful connection relationally. I don't believe that. She's just one of them women who don't want to be in a relationship and want to do everything in her power to make it seem like this is normal. It's not normal. It's not. And I don't know why we're trying to make it seem like anyway, go ahead.
The issue is maybe you just don't have a strong grasp of the English language. What Shan said is that she don't need money to be happy, right? She didn't make it to millionaire status, right? So that's why I said the need part, right? So this is in the context of the conversation. So when we have these conversations, we got to make sure we understand that what we are communicating to the vast majority of people. I don't know why we are confused about this situation. What happened was she said, I am decentering men. And is clearly as a need, because men feel like they are the end all be all for a woman. And ain't no man the end all be all for my daughters or my nieces or anybody else that's in my family. That is not a possibility that I'm going to raise my child or anybody that I love to make themselves less of themselves because they couldn't find a suitable partner. That is the most ridiculous thing I ever heard in my life. If they are building something and they cannot find a suitable male, that is perfectly fine. Keep on building your life, because everybody else around you, when you go and pass away, nobody gives a damn about all that stuff that you're talking about. They say, hey, what that person did to me. How awesome is that person? Did they make me laugh? Did they make me cry? And how they hugged me? They want to feel that energy. All that other stuff you talking about, it don't mean anything. This is why women have to decenter men. And men need to start decentralizing men as well, because y'all are lovers of men for some strange reason, and I don't know why.
Go ahead, Bo.
I want us to decenter Melyssa Ford in this conversation, because she's not the average woman. Mostly just because, like, what she's saying is still the truth of a lot of middle-aged women. And so I think that what men don't see or value enough in women this age, my age, is the fact that we have recognized that there was work to do. In your 20s, you don't know that there's work to do. You're young. You think you know everything. But at the end of your 20s, you kind of learn, I'm probably the problem. I'm most likely the problem, because if I haven't gotten this shit together, something is going on. So we usually go on a journey to fix ourselves, to be suitable for a man. Unfortunately, we really don't know what that is, because it changes every 5 minutes, and it's so narrow. Like, the definition of a wife is so hard to fit into. Like, the way men describe what a wife is, no woman qualifies. Most women don't qualify. Like, I've heard men talk about what qualifies as a wife. I'm like, well, I guess I'm out. But like, a lot of us could be married. I could still be married today. I would have been celebrating my 12th anniversary 2 months ago or 3 months ago. Easy, no problem. I could have still, if I was willing to settle for what I was getting. If I was willing to settle for cleaning up after a man every single day. If I was willing to settle for a man that didn't pay me any attention, none, unless it suited him, unless I was mad. The only time I got flowers was when he did something wrong, or when he didn't do something. So like, a lot of women could be married, no problem, if we were willing to settle. And it's sad that men don't see that, because they make us the problem. Somehow I'm the problem because I want my husband to pay me some attention. Ooh, damn. That's the problem? And so, like, I want my husband to clean up. Like, don't leave. I don't even know what this pile of clothes is in the floor. Is it dirty? Is it clean? Both of them. Well, goddamn. So, you don't, like, just nitpicky things like that. And so if I was willing to settle for a man like that, I could still be married. I could have still been with my ex, this last ex, 2 years ago. But he didn't do any work. The communication was terrible. Every time I complained about something, this nigga wanted to complain about something. So nothing ever got solved. So, like, you have women that experience this every day. I am not an anomaly. My experiences they're not singular. I'm not special. This happens all the time. So we could be married, but we want to be happily married. We want to be satisfied in our marriage. We want to be at peace in our marriage, in our relationships. Unfortunately, everything gets put on the woman. It's my fault, because I wanted too much. And that man was fine, just because he wasn't beating or cheating. Crazy. So I want us to understand that middle-aged women got here outside of a marriage because niggas won't do the work that women are willing to do. Do the personal work. Make yourselves better, just like we want to be better for you. But here we are. And it's always the woman's fault.
Go ahead, Pearl.
Right, I'm gonna hit it from two sides of the coin. Because we just watched the video with Melyssa Ford, I will start with her. When I was 19, this was in 2004, she was on like a very, I don't know if it was king or whatever the calendar was, but anyway, my point was, if you were to go back 22 years for her, she was at 27. She was 27, right? So at the height of what we would say her prime, that's what the guys were saying. She was sexualizing herself. She was hypersexualizing herself. She was not making herself to be a wife. And when she, what we call financially Like, okay, I sleep with these rappers, I sleep with these well affluent men of a financial status or whatever, and now she is associating or attaching her value to them. That is not your value because you are sleeping with those men. And now you come in your relationships with this expectation. She's not developed. She's at 49. And you can still pick through some of the shit that she was saying, and she still sound like she's somewhere in her 20s and she's immature. It's almost like she's talking to the men that don't want her no more, saying, well, y'all don't want me no more, even though I'm ran through. I'm still cool. I'm still looking good. I'm still kicking it. I don't know if you've all have followed Melyssa Ford or not, or if you're just looking at her at this end game as this 49-year-old woman. But this lady has been in the industry for 20 plus years. She has had millionaires. She has had some of what somebody else would deem as the best suitable men. She's been engaged 4 times, and this woman ain't married, as beautiful and successful and affluent, all of these great things about her, but she's not married. It's because she didn't want to be married. It's just that simple. Why are we playing games? Melyssa Ford is not married because she didn't want to be married. And all of a sudden, like I say, she's 50 years old and she didn't did what some of these men say. Now, again, that could be subjective, but we keeping it real. This is Melyssa Ford. She hit the wall. She's 49. She is angry that her sexualizing herself, her image, her body, her personality, her, her presence, her essence, and she didn't get what she wanted. We gonna walk it down and we gonna walk it down. How many times you got to get engaged before you never make it to get married? I'm just trying to figure it out. Now, hell yeah, we got to put the blame on her. She is the common denominator. What are we talking about? It's nothing wrong with being single. It's not. And we're not going to conflate the two. She's single because she made the wrong choices. There's nothing wrong with a woman being single. There's nothing wrong with a man being single. But when you are single for a long time and you had a plethora of experiences and they all fail, come on now. We about to keep pointing fingers in the other direction. It's her. It's her. She could decenter men all she wants. She can say the men got their panties in a bunch. She can say she got her own individual ethics, morals, and integrity. She can say she get her love from her animals. Sure you do, because they're dependent on you. When you're in a relationship, you're not dependent on that man, and it's vice versa. So that's a control issue, where she always talked about control. But hey, whatever. There's a difference between peace and a humble realization that the shit that you was trying to do didn't work out for you. And it shouldn't have took you 27 years in the whole world to figure that shit out for you. That's what happened. It's a difference between her wanting to be married, locked down, versus being superficially pursued. Like some women, no matter how attractive they are, they rather have what they believe are falsified options of men instead of just going to sit your ass down. So on the opposite side of that, if we were to do what Bo said and just decenter Melyssa Ford and just take her out of it and just speak about like singleness, singlehood, right? Then we got to talk about like, what's the real issue with singlehood? Are we really saying that the end game is for us to all be married and to be attached to somebody? I'm not saying I agree or disagree. You do what you want to do. But again, we got to bring it to the table. What's the real issue with people being single? I don't think it is. I think it's the person that's single and why you're single. So let's stop doing that. Ain't nothing wrong with you being by yourself because you're still significant, even though you don't have a significant other. But then we got to also talk about it too. Like, it's always a pressure. Because you'll get people on one side, and then I'm going to end it with this. You'll get somebody that say some shit like, you need somebody. But don't put all your eggs in one basket. Wait to have kids. When you going to start a family? Go get your career and chase your goals. Greed and money doesn't keep you warm at night. So what I'm saying at the end of the day is sort of what Melyssa Ford was saying. At some point, you just got to authentically do what works for you. If you want to be in a relationship, do what works to be in a relationship. If you want to be a wife, family, husband, whatever it is that you want, just move with intention. That way you can get that. But to set it up as a different way and then you don't get what you want and all of a sudden it's an issue with men, it's an issue with marriage. No, it's not. It's an issue with you because you didn't do what you were supposed to do. So anyway, like I said, don't spend your life trying to please people with insatiable and unrealistic appetites. I land tonight.
Hey, go ahead, Willie, and then we'll get some response before I play some more clip. I'm gonna get to you after the fresh. I'm gonna get to you after the clip, freshman.
This is just I don't know why we keep using Melyssa Ford to punch down on. She's washed. This is just like a fat girl being like, I'm happy to be fat, as if she could go back and pick, and like somebody said, hey, here's the creative character board. Go design your ideal body, your ideal life. That she would go design her character to be fat, to be unattractive, and to be out of shape and single. They wouldn't do that. Melyssa Ford wouldn't go back in, and she had a chance to, she would not go and create her ideal life, her ideal everything to be what it is now. Women saying they're happy being single once they're washed is like a nigga 5'5" saying, well, I didn't go to the NBA because I didn't want to. No, nigga, you didn't go to the NBA because you weren't built for it. No matter how much you tried to, you would have never equated to it because Errol Boykins and Muggsy Bogues are 1 in a billion. Unfortunately, Melyssa Ford was not. She was a video hoe. People was like saying, well, she caught her ex cheating raw on condom. Well, it's niggas seeing Melyssa Ford getting her face skeeted on, or niggas that she was getting paid in a fucking bathroom when she was a waitress. Like, that's why she's not married, because she was a hoe. That's the biggest piece. She's 50 years old now, a 50-year-old retired, allegedly, hoe, saying that she doesn't want to be married. You don't get that benefit. That's not even an option for you. So that's like me saying, hey, I can't go in the White House right now, even though I think I'll be the best president we could have. I can't walk in the White House without getting my fucking face blown off. But you know why? Because it's not an option for me. Melyssa Ford getting married was not an option for her. She got engaged 4 times. Melyssa Ford didn't tell one thing she's honest about. She won't lie. She didn't say she called them engagements off. And then look into her past and see who she was engaged to. Again, niggas that just wanted to fuck and was willing to marry her to keep access to what she was. Them niggas would never have been happy to be with her at 40 right now. She's old and washed. And all of those high-earning niggas can do better than what she's doing right now. So the best part about it is it's simple to break this down. Name one thing other than a cast iron skillet that gets better with usage and time. See how none of y'all said a woman?
Humans.
And that's exactly what Melyssa Ford is. She's a used up woman with all these miles of celebrity dick. Now just bragging about, oh, I'm so happy. You know, and she probably is happy to be single, like, because she's had to accept it. She's doing the same thing the niggas in jail do. They have to accept the fact they never getting the fuck out. She's accepted the fact that she's never going to get married. She's accepted the fact that nobody's ever going to take her serious. She's accepted the fact that them bookings done got super low. When she was charging $20,000 to be half-ass naked in the club, she can't get a booking for $2,500. The closest thing she gets to attention outside of a podcast that niggas put her on out of pity and sympathy is going on stage and being one of them on stage groupie bitches at a concert for Giveon. So again, like, you don't get credit for choosing options that you never had. Like, that's not a flex for you. That's like me saying, you know what? I should get credit because I don't have a period. Well, I'm a fucking man, so I can't have a period. That's how stupid it is for her to be like, well, you know, well, I don't want to be married. I'm happy decentering men and all the other shit, right? Because you're delusional. I mean, you're not delusional, so I'll give her that. Because if she was still trying to blame men for this, then we'd have a whole separate conversation.
We got a couple of super chats came through. My mere thoughts, 5742 199. Sharon is so unauthentic with his pandering, shaking my head. Mere thoughts again, 499. So the women on the panel are going to stand by and co-sign Sharon with their silence. But in return, we should protect our women, right? Okay. Brother Doobsy with the $5. Also member, thank you.
When by my own lived experiences, I would get further in life drawing a circle on a brick wall and smashing my head in the middle of it. Like, I don't want it. I don't desire it. I don't desire it. I'm not looking for it. If it falls in my lap, yay. But I'm not sitting in a waiting room anywhere. I'm not just sitting in a waiting room waiting for my number to be called. Like, here he is, Melyssa. It's not that important to me. I have very strong views just about the gift that life is and what we should be able to do with it. It is a gift from source, God, spirit, whatever you want to call it. It is a gift that has been bestowed to you. What are you going to do with it? And every single day I wake up excited about how I get to plan and think about how I'm going to enjoy this gift. It's a wonderful thing. So now I'm planning all kinds of travel through Europe and Africa with friends that love me and meeting up with friends that love me in other parts of the world. And I mean, that's just, it makes me just so happy and so pleased. Where does it sound like anything's missing here?
Right. Which is something that we pointed out in that. Okay.
Is that too much?
No. Great.
Okay.
Amazing.
Okay.
It's giving passion.
You can't watch your mom die in front of you and not really understand on a visceral level how much of a gift life is, and then really think, well, how do I honor my whatever time I have left on this earth? You know, because tomorrow's not promised. So what do you do? Like, yeah, that's just how I started to think about things. It took years to get there because my mom's death was extraordinarily hard on me. But like I said, you cannot watch your mother die and know what she had done for me, like in terms of even just the business of death and tying everything up in a pretty pink bow and leaving me an inheritance that allowed me to live in a way that that really had escaped me for many, many, many years. Like, I was really good, like financially, really good. And then I just had to get my mind level with my new circumstances and understand life is a gift. What are you going to do with it? Like, how many more summers do you have left, Melyssa? I'm turning 50 this year. I don't know. I might have 16 summers left. I don't know. Maybe I have 20 summers left. I don't know. But when you start thinking about life in those terms of how many more summers and winters do you have left, I think it really puts things into perspective as to what you're going to allow to bother you or irritate you and what you'll just let go of and keep pushing forward. Because this time is valuable and time is like, you can't get it back. So you better enjoy every single moment that you can. Like, what about my life seems like there is something missing? If you think that my life is all of this is just auxiliary, all of this is just accessory until like a man finds me and claims me and walks me down the aisle, are you insane? Are you insane? That's just weird. That's just weird.
She got bars right there. She got bars right there.
Melyssa Ford, you guys ever wanted to know what Kamala Harris would have been if she
and don't
if you guys ever wanted to know what Kamala Harris was going to turn out to be if she had stayed as Montel Williams' second side bitch, it's Melyssa Ford. That's where she was going. If she had
same kind of rambling.
If she had chose OnlyFans instead of politics, that's where she would be. She'd be Melyssa Ford. They'd be identical.
The only thing I hear from the brothers is that, like, if a woman is willing to date men, that is going to devalue her. If she wait and not deal with and sentiment, that's going to devalue her as well. I think men are very confused because most of these men out here in these streets, they married a hoe. I don't know why they try to act like Melyssa Ford is a hoe and that she's unmarriageable, but that woman that's laying next to you didn't have another peen in her goddamn mouth. Get the hell out of here. Your wife possibly went to school and she did the same goddamn Melyssa Ford did. So you married a hoe. You men love hoes, actually. Y'all, the more a woman is out there in the world, the more DMs she get, the more engagement. I pay for this. I pay for your toes. I pay for your dirty, sweaty panties after you work out. That's what men are out here talking about. So this whole idea that if men deal with you, you're going to be devalued. If you don't deal with men, you're going to be devalued. It just shows that men need to change their mindset. They are very confused about what they want in the world. And once we get a culture mind shift change, maybe relationships could get back to a honest position. But as of right now, men are not being honest with what's going on in the world.
Sharon, to be fair, it seems like the only person up here that's a man that would be okay marrying a hoe is you, and we're just glad that you didn't, because none of us are up here making excuses for hoes. None of us are up here championing hoes. None of us you see up here defending hoes, and some of us up here being nice because we may end up on panels with some old hoes. But the only one that's like speaking highly of them, that's one of their defense attorney, is you. So you can't say that we love hoes because. True, have you ever married a hoe?
No, sir.
Fresh, have you ever married a hoe?
Never.
Lapeef, have you ever married a hoe?
No.
Bo, were you a hoe when you got married? So, like, what you're saying is just your opinion based off of some things you disagree with. None of us want to marry hoes.
I've seen a lot of hoes be married.
Huh?
I've seen a lot of hoes be married.
So listen, this is the thing, right? This is what you can't do. Let Sharon let him do this part. Like, no one said that hoes don't get married. No one said that. because I guarantee you, I know a lot of married hoes too. But the respectable men, those of us who have earned the ability to not have to settle for hoes, do not tolerate hoes or anything hoe adjacent. We don't want our women hanging out with hoes. Ain't no girls trips with your hoe friends. It ain't no, oh, I'm fixed to go to this club or this bar with my hoe friends, or your retired Melyssa Ford used to be hoe friends. None of us are okay with that. The only person up here that seems to be okay with women being hoes is Sharon. And what's crazy is Sharon didn't marry a hoe either.
Yeah, the issue is that I get oh, go ahead, Sharon. Go ahead.
I'm just being honest. If I like a hoe, I marry that hoe, I'm gonna love that hoe. I'm gonna love all the things that hoe bring to me. I'm gonna walk outside, hey, look, I got the best hoe I could possibly get. And she do all the hoish things that I love about this whole idea what a hoe is. I'm not gonna mask it and act like I did marry a hoe and that I'm not attracted to hoes. The problem is men want to base their woman on what some other man say. Me personally, I don't give a damn what no other man say. If I love a hoe, I don't give a damn what you say about my hoe, because that's my hoe. And you can't touch my hoe after I marry my hoe.
Well, are you married? Are you married to her?
That's irrelevant to the argument.
No, it's not irrelevant.
Go ahead, Fred.
It's not irrelevant at all. And to be quite honest, there's so many things going through my mind that I had to write some things down. First of all, I think it's actually criminal that we are championing this behavior or even giving it a platform as far as, I forget the interviewer's name, but even allowing this a platform, because a lot of these things I try to see through my grandparents' eyes. And if my grandparent was the interviewer, she would look at Melyssa Ford and say, shut up with that bullshit. You ain't saying nothing. You just rambling because you feel like you are centered by men. If you think about it, everything she does is for the male gaze. Any piece of success that she has is connected to men. So even her trying to decenter men is an action with men in her mind. That's why I don't even think decentering men is a real thing. However, one of the reasons I say this is criminal, that we even look at this and don't call her out on her bullshit, is because we've seen it before. Tamara, Cynthia, Lisa Ray, Vivica Fox, and now Melyssa Ford. We have seen all of these beautiful women with an abundance of opportunity, an abundance of beauty, an abundance of attention, and not the wherewithal to be able to understand how to handle it. Why not? Because they don't have a man to guide them. Now, the last thing that I'll say is that she wants to win at both ends, and she's just complaining that nature won't allow her to do it. If anybody here has somebody that they know that is poor at gambling and don't know when to leave the table, you are disgusted by their addiction. She had an addiction to gambling with her youth, and she did not leave the table, though she had 4 chances. Somebody probably tugged her shoulder and said, hey, you winning. And what do you call it when you leave the table with your winnings? It's called settling up. That means, yes, you must settle. Everybody has to settle. You can call it whatever you want. Compromise, whatever. You gotta settle. You don't get everything that you want, but the beauty of being able to compartmentalize as a man is understanding that it's time to compromise. If a man, and I'll keep it as simple as possible, if a man wants a woman with a hourglass figure, but let's say she don't have top, he's not going to be tripping about that. If she's a nice woman, she stays relatively in shape and is good and friendly to people, he's leaving the table with that. This woman had plenty of chances to leave the table and she didn't. Now she wants to complain on the park bench outside of the casino and say they played her. No, ma'am, you played yourself.
You know,
she ain't never complained. She didn't complain. This is the issue that y'all men are not seeing. Y'all so blind. Right, y'all love men so much that y'all forgetting the part that she ain't complained. She's saying she's living her life. She's doing everything that she wants. She's hitting all the marks that she wants for her life, and she don't need
No, wait, she
significant
was
relationship
complaining, Sharon.
to
She
say,
just
oh, now I arrived. That is what she is saying. And y'all keep trying to add a man and say, hey, if you don't put this man, all of these men that you obviously love, maybe you should go ahead and holler at all these men that she dated that you know that these are such great men. You know that they're great men, but clearly to her, they was not great. Clearly, just for the example of what Bo gave earlier, yeah, she could have had that 12 years if she was just willing to dumb herself down and not see what she see.
I don't
So
know.
this
I don't
idea
know.
that women are not experiencing these so-called great men and they are pieces of ish in real life. You only know him on the surface of you giving him the image because he can run fast. Oh, he must be a good man. That's you that believe that him running fast in some goddamn tights means something to a woman.
So
But she had more than just access to those women.
And understand what our women are communicating to us and understand, listen, that's it. She didn't say that she need any of those things that you were talking about.
Of the 24 men that she's been linked to that are all have net worths above $30 million. Assuming that we can't say she slept with all of them, say she slept with half. Who is the common denominator? What's the common vagina between those 12 failures of relationships? Because you can't say she wasn't complaining when she was on the podcast complaining for the past 2 years. She definitely was complaining. And now it's literally like a fat girl is like, you know what? Fuck it. Working out is too hard. I'm going to stay fat. That's all she's doing. That is literally what she's doing right now. The gambling analogy was great. It was spot on. It was perfect. And this is the best part about it. You definitely have to settle for what you work for. Everybody's going to settle for that. You're not going to get better than you deserve. So if you didn't work for it, you're not going to get it. What does she have to do to get a woman? To get a husband that values her is not be a hoe. I can think of one woman who used to be wild as fuck in the streets that got with a billionaire. And guess who that was? Eve. And you ain't heard shit about her in the 10 years she was married to that nigga. Nothing. At all. And not trying to be funny, if you put them two women side by side, Melyssa Ford don't hold a candle to Eve. Melyssa Ford has had access to all of these same rich niggas. The only difference was Eve was able to secure a connection with someone that was just fucking Melyssa Ford. All them years taking all that dick, all them years of again she's got tapes and pictures and videos out there of her. Who wants to marry somebody that's got videos of her getting nutted on? Or she's got, and it's like, what men do that? Like that's I mean, excuse me, except for the men that would like okay, women being hoes. But for the rest of us normal niggas, we don't do that. Like we don't expect our women to be virgins, but what we do expect is them to have some level of class about themselves, to not have videos out there saying them getting their fucking face painted by this nigga and that nigga. Like we can't, she don't get absolved of that. And the reason why she's 50 and dying old and alone is because of what she did when she was 18 to 40 when she had the best shot.
She got 2 puppies. She ain't alone.
I mean, puppies don't count. And mind you, I don't think a woman needs a man to survive. They absolutely need one to thrive, though. So it's easy to any adult can survive, but to thrive, a woman will not thrive without a man.
And yeah, that's thank you for that, Willie, because that's what I don't understand personally about your perspective, particularly Sharon. You strike me as the type of man who, for whatever reason, has a problem with men in their natural state, and you automatically give credence to women's just pure existence. Like they come into a relationship as a woman and they're just automatically better because they're women. And then, oh, well, we got to listen to our women because clearly they're not making crap up. I don't know how long you've been on the planet. You just said you had a birthday. Most women are not very clear on how relationships work without assistance, whether this comes from a family unit, whether this comes from strong male leadership. They don't just automatically arrive at being great women. And it's totally okay in this current state of affairs where we are now individuals trying to rewrite this human code. If you want to be single, male or female, great. But you give off this particular energy where you give women so much credit. I don't know. I operate more from everybody got to earn what is, perceived to be valuable, male or female. But men who we can prove that have earned something, you will say, well, that's irrelevant that they've been able to be proficient because she said that it wasn't adequate. So because what she said matters more because it's coming from a woman, we're just going to go ahead and take what she's saying as law. I don't understand that. What is wrong with this community where we can't say we are the leaders? we run and lead the charge. Nothing will ever scale past the men, ever. And that's still evident now. You move us, the world falls apart. You remove us to the
Again,
side.
because we don't apply that logic to Leonardo DiCaprio.
Oh, I was like, who is that? And I don't understand, like, there's a spirit that exists, especially in this community, that hates to see confident, competent, self-assured men that know what they're capable of, what they deserve, and what they're not going to freaking tolerate. The mere fact that you sit here and clamor and saying, well, everybody gonna marry a hoe, like men are not deserving of a woman who has some level of character, decorum, who can present something to him of pride and prestige. It's almost like, well, no, lower your standards, fellas. You can't have what you want. But on the flip side, the women can definitely demand and clamor for what they want.
True. Even Superhead got married. So, and what's crazy is Melyssa Ford wasn't even the best hoe of her era. She wasn't even top 3. Because unfortunately, the best hoes of her era are all married right now. So she didn't even get on the podium of being a good hoe.
Superhead is actually married right now?
Nigga, yes.
What?
So, so with that being said, so Superhead, and she's on camera being nutted on, nutted in, and all that. So again, it debunks the nonsense that you were saying earlier. Men don't actually,
because it proves my point. You never said the
damn
hoes
about. It's okay. It's okay.
You never said hoes don't get married.
It's okay. It's okay. I understand. I'm just going by the words that you said. You said that men care about they women being seen on camera, getting all these things done to them. Superhead, you just gave the perfect example that I didn't even know existed. That men don't actually give a damn about this whole behavior, them being on camera, them being known for being the neighborhood hoe, because they still get married. The issue is, if somebody is on the panel and they communicating what they experience is, men want to negate that because it's a woman.
That's not what you think you just proved.
It's literally
what we proved is Melyssa Ford wasn't even good at being a hoe.
Literally what you just did.
No, I said that hoes get married, and I said that to prove a point that she wasn't even good at being a hoe. Because the best hoes of her era got married. She couldn't even pull that off.
Right, that's fine. But again, and even if that's the case, so now with that being said, it shows and prove that I was correct. Hold on, what it shows and prove is that what I'm saying is that it shows and prove that men do not mind marrying no hoe.
We didn't say they didn't.
Men do not mind marrying no woman that is being seen skeeted on by multiple men. So this whole idea that men are looking for this virgin, virtuous, holy endowed in the church all day, every day woman is a lie.
The majority of men is. No one said all men, Sharon.
We gotta stop pushing this. I'm not moving the goalposts. I'm addressing what you are saying in real time, how you contradicting yourself in real time.
You're misrepresenting what he said.
You're misrepresenting exactly. And that's the only way you can ever think gain ground when we have these conversations. This episode, the last episode, earlier today, like it's the same thing. What I said is most men don't want to marry hoes. I didn't say hoes don't get married. I even conceded that a lot of hoes get married because I know a lot of hoes that have been married. So like you didn't gain any ground there. Nothing that you thought that she was eating with the hyena bitches are co-signing, the other hoes in the chat are co-signing, none of that shit lands because the rest of us listen to what's actually said and not what we feel like was said. So again, the point that I made was that she wasn't even good enough hoe to get married. She wasn't even the top 5 hoes in her era. Because all of those women got married, and somehow Melyssa Ford is still single out here talking about I don't need a man after years of, men are intimidated by the fact that I've dated this guy and these other guys. But, I'm still hopeful to now. Guess what? I'm pushing 50 and Father Time has hawked my ass down and I'm going to die old and alone with the puppies that you mentioned.
We play some more.
But she's not saying that she's looking for a man.
She's not. No, not now. She used to be though. Like this is new.
So y'all are not hearing what this woman is expressing. She is explaining her experience.
Lie to you doesn't want to.
You cannot say that she's lying just because you feel like you need to be important as a man.
What I can say is
this is crazy.
What I can say is what is consistent. When famous women like this misuse their abundance of youth and beauty, get to the other side, they then act as if they don't really want a man. Case in point, the lady from Girlfriends. Same thing. This is not new. That's why I say that she is dishonest, because we have seen this before. It's not like I'm just picking it up out of thin air. I've mentioned plenty of women that express this same thing, either that they need a man or they will act like they don't need one. But at the end of the day, what do they absolutely need? Attention. If she didn't need it, she wouldn't be on this camera. If she had a man, she wouldn't be on this camera. So really what this woman wants is attention. And if she can't get it from a man, she will go get it from some girlfriends in front of a camera.
I don't know. I just think that y'all dropping the ball on listening to what is being communicated.
That's the new grift. That's the new grift.
And,
it's like Big Pharma when they figured out that Viagra wasn't a blood pressure medication, it was best suited to be one because of the side effect of giving niggas 8-hour erections. So they just switched the game plan and found what works. Melyssa Ford is just now pandering to women, being like, "Hey, you lonely bitches, be like me. It's okay." Imagine a world where like you guys can all grow old alone and not be shamed. Here, I'm gonna pretend like I actually mean the stuff I say because I know y'all are gonna placate and pander to me and eat up these bullshit platitudes that I spew out, because it's so many of y'all. But the women who are that do not look like Melyssa Ford. Melyssa Ford is like, if fumbling a bag was a person, it'd be Melyssa Ford. Melyssa Ford came over here at 16 years old, so already on demon time when she got here. So spent the last 34 years of her life doing what she's doing right now to get where the fuck she at. Like, what are we talking about?
Melyssa Ford's no different than Dame Dash talking about he could have been more successful than Jay-Z.
Get the fuck off.
It's literally the same thing. And nobody listens to Dame Dash because we're looking at him like, Dame, didn't you just sell one of your companies for $1? Ain't you been broke? Like it's the same equivalent. But for whatever reason, people feel sorry because she's a woman. No, like I'm sorry. She should have been, if she's truly happy, be happy, but stop making it seem like this is the new norm. And because, like Lily said, there's an abundance of women in her age bracket, then now we don't need that to validate oneself. Well, I don't have to go that route. You don't. You're right. You have your choice now in the convenience of the world to be able to live however you want to live.
She's Dame Dash with titties and no dentures.
Again, because we don't apply that logic to Leonardo DiCaprio or to Michael B. Jordan or to Trevor Noah.
No, we don't. We don't. Lovely guys, but no, we don't put the same pressure on them whatsoever. We
their excuse is just not as good. We had Afion Crockett on the podcast.
Yeah, I saw.
Who he said he's a great fan. He adores you.
I love Afion.
He loves you back. Yeah. And so he was saying, I was posing to him about what we were chatting about and the concept around Bething and if that feels resonant for him, because Afion's 50 plus and also single.
Yeah.
And he was like, there are parts of it that I definitely resonate with, but I'll never say that I'm fine without a woman.
Yeah.
I need a woman. I love women. Which is logical to say if you're in the position that men are in, because there tend to be statistically more women who are financially stable, who are emotionally intelligent and have put the effort towards themselves and do have socially rich lives. So yes, statistically, it actually is more weird to meet a man who is not choosing to partner with a woman than it is to meet a woman who's not choosing to partner with a man.
That part. If there was a whole bunch of, like, who can I think of that's like a really good dude that's not an app, who's like really great to his wife? Sure, let's go with Barack. Who I'm a really big fan of, the couple-wise? Sally Richardson Whitfield and Dondre Whitfield. Yeah.
We had him on the podcast.
I'm a huge fan.
We did.
I'm a huge... Am I in bed with these people? No, I don't know their lives, but I have seen them. They've been married for a really long time. They're very, very supportive of each other's careers. And Dondre is a womanist. He is very like, he'll go up to women in the supermarket. Sis, if you need anything, if you need to be walked to your car, if you're fearful, come find me. Like, he's just a really good dude. You know what I mean? So I'm not one to idolize other people's relationships, but I will say, if it don't look something like that, I don't want it. Yeah. I don't want it. I want, like, the guy that I would be involved with, God, he's special. He's special. And I just haven't found that.
I want to say that he had this moment in the podcast, which I'm just going to like pin to my heart forever, where I asked him about his son. and he closed his eyes and opened them, and a single tear fell. And he said,
"My son is my hope for every woman. His heart, it's so gigantic. He's so spiritually sensitive. He's such a servant. When I tell you that boy's manhood, I would put up against any man right now at 17 years old. That dude is ready to be somebody's husband right now."
My friend Jeff Friday, the founder of the
I
American
saw
Black
that
Film
face expression,
Festival,
fresh
he's like my brother from another set of parents. He's like one of the first people that I
I
met when
saw
I
your
moved
face
here from
expression.
Canada. He's raising two incredible young men. My girlfriend Monica is raising two incredible young men. Like, sometimes, like, by extension, I can apply the nurturing love that I would have had for my own child through my friends' children, because my friends are my family. I am part of the rich auntie faction, and I'm very, 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 very content with being there. I love it. I love it. I love my life. I really, really, really do. And I just don't have to justify it to anybody. I don't need to convince anybody at all. If you're not convinced, I don't care. I really don't, so that's where things sit with.
Willie, if I am on the basketball court and I ain't played a dribble, and I keep telling everybody I'm the man, what do you think? What would you instantly think?
I'll ignore you after the second time you said that shit. Like, don't shock me to death, nigga. Show me.
Exactly. When it's for real, you ain't got to declare it to the world. And at the end of that clip, when she says I ain't got to justify it to anybody, she's right. But when you don't feel the need to justify anything, you don't really say anything about it. She's sounding very Cheyenne Bryant-ish.
She's convincing herself.
Yeah, she's trying to create her own matrix. And unfortunately, in a time of social media, people won't allow you to do it. And really, in all honesty, shouldn't be people in just social media. It should be her family that doesn't allow her to do it, because she shouldn't be on a platform trying to sell cat food to people that are 17 and up.
Man, bro, do you know that if I ever give up my
crazy.
future aspirations, I'm gonna literally dead ass start pandering to women, and I promise you, I'll be the richest nigga on earth.
Let me get some of the
that.
ladies. Hold on, Sean. Let me get some of the ladies in there first, and then I'll come back to you. Shan, Keisha, you want to chime in? Bo, Burr?
I find that
I'll go after both.
I find that there is a common thing amongst men that they tell women how they feel, like this how you really feel, because you don't feel like that. What you saying ain't true. Like, it's strange to me that people dissect what other people say about their lives and make it untrue all the time, because somehow in your brain it doesn't equal what they are saying. I don't like when people prescribe. I don't like when people diagnose people with these things just based off what they're saying, because that could be their truth.
Can you give us an example, Bo?
I mean, it's been happening on this whole panel the whole night. Men have been saying that women are this and women are that, no matter what these women are actually saying. Some kind of way, whatever they're saying is not true. Like, I could tell y'all I'm happy as hell. And simultaneously, I would like to be in a relationship. I am seeking marriage. But, like, it's almost like the math that you all see the math that you all know, it adds up to something for you. But there are a lot of things that you don't know or see. A lot of things that are not readily available for you to add into this equation. For you to end up at, she ain't happy, she's washed up. All of these things. I'm like, why is it always the woman that's lying or the woman that's the problem? You know, there are men that are the problem as well. Like, this is a whole, like, there are two sides to this. And maybe she did make some bad decisions. Maybe women do make bad decisions, but also when men make bad decisions too. Men fuck over women too. We're not going to stay with every man we get with. We shouldn't. And then you all going to be telling us, well, you picked wrong. And I'm just like, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you don't marry them and you get engaged, then it's somehow your fault. But if you do marry them and it doesn't work out, then it's still your fault. Like,
But you know why we couldn't argue about you being fat? Because like you said, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes that we don't know. We don't have proof that for the better part of a quarter century, you've been out here taking random rich nigga dick without commitment. We don't have proof that you have been using your body to support yourself financially. Your number one agency being your beauty isn't what you use to earn for your financial security. So we don't have proof of that. So we're not talking about all women. We're not even talking about these funny built hyena bitches in the chat. We're talking about the one who was in the thumbnail. That's it. Not all, not everybody. This particular one that we do know those things about. We do know that she's been spent the better part of a quarter century collecting vaginal mileage. I don't know. I ain't seen all the videos, but I know she's taking a lot of dick. We do know that she's been complaining about men far longer than she's been saying, well, I don't need a man. We do know that. So if you compare her situation to yours, we don't know that you've got, the kilometers of dick that she's taking because she's from Canada. And then two, that you're not online complaining about men all the fucking time. You've never, ever, 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 ever that I know of seen you complaining about men in general. You just complain about the men you want. And then we've also seen you admit that you're the common denominator between these niggas. Well, apply that same logic to her. The 34 or 20, whatever niggas she's been linked to, who is the common denominator? And then there is one who is a documented pimp that said he fucked her in a bathroom on live fucking TV and stood on it in front of his wife. So like, we don't have that same knowledge of you. If we did, I promise you, we would come to the same conclusion.
You know what the challenge is, Bo? I'll tell you from my perspective and what I hear commonly, and I believe most of the men do this on this panel. We ask women, when y'all say, like you said, I agree, a lot of men overtly insert themselves into what y'all perspective or y'all experience in relationships are. I have witnessed that. However, when we shut up, well, we'll question, then we'll shut up. But what exactly do relationships look like from the female perspective? And what would you prescribe to most men to get right? And we shut up. And then what you typically find is there's really no clear, concise advice. It is a bunch of, I wish it was this way. It should be like this, but no guidance, no task. It's very, very vague because then it becomes very subjective. Depends on the person, depends on what she's trying to accomplish. And then it seems to hit somewhat of a stalemate. And that's what I typically see a lot. Is the men who, because you can learn a lot by asking questions. Ladies, what would you like most men to be like? What kind of experiences do you want to have? And when we shut up and there's like, well, and they just start talking about things for the most part that don't really exist in this universe, in this particular world that we live in. And so that's what I see to be the stalemate of sorts. Just my opinion.
I think if men could just learn how to understand what the woman is communicating, I think people would be better. For example, if I was to ask my wife how her day's going, she's not going to say fine. She's going to tell me about the time when she went to Starbucks and that the lady in front of her with the polka dot shirt that had the umbrella dripping all over the place, and all these other things, all these descriptions about what had happened in this one place. And all I asked was how her day went. She's going to tell me about all these other things. So you got to understand how a woman's communicating. Don't be upset if you actually enjoy women, how a woman communicates, how her day went. Her day went, it was Starbucks. She got her order wrong, and that lady with the polka dot shirt, she don't know why she's wearing that goddamn shirt, and she got her umbrella dripping all over the place. That's how her day went in her mind. To me, all she had to say, I enjoyed it, it went good or bad. So I enjoy that. My wife is going to give me all of those intrusive thoughts. She's going to talk for 10, 20 minutes. I ain't going to say a word, and I love that because I love women. So the way how she communicates, I'm not going to say, hey, babe, that's not how you're supposed to communicate to me. You better communicate to me stoic and say fine and walk away. Shut up, feed me, and F me. It's dumb. You want a man.
So
you don't want a goddamn woman.
Did you say that? That's not understanding women. That's just you tolerating a woman being a poor communicator. Women swear they're better communicators than men because they use more words. You just prove that they're not. You ask your wife, how was your day? And she told you a bunch of other shit aside from how her day was. That's what happens with women on these panels. They don't answer the question that they want to answer. We say, Miss Pearl, how was your day? Miss Pearl answered that question directly. But we ask another panelist, how was your day? She'll be like, man, listen, so did y'all know that gas is $2.47? Like, answer the fucking question. And when men don't hold women to that standard, then they're trained to think it's okay. So you didn't say anything about us not understanding men. I mean, understanding women. We understand women do that shit, but as leaders, we also correct that behavior. Because when we're having conversation with you, words have meaning. Words matter. We don't use words all willy-nilly. So when we ask our woman how her day was, I don't expect my woman to tell me what the bitch at Starbucks is wearing or what she ordered. Hey, babe, how was your day? It was good. And then she can start talking. You just tolerate. You have a lower barrier of communication than we do because you choose not to identify women. You empathize with women.
All right.
So if a man asks a woman that question, is it a certain way they should answer it for you? You know what I mean? Like you said, Willie, you're supposed to say, yes, my day is great. But then the woman with the pink shirt, is it a certain way that we should be answering your question once you say, how is your day? Is it a certain way we should respond
just
to you?
Answer the question first. Of course, because we love you, we're going to listen to the rest of that shit you talked about, even though we don't give a fuck. We just want to know you had a good day. But we're still going to listen to it, but answer our question first. Y'all put the answer of our question, at the end of the sentence, and that's all the information we wanted. If I ask you what you want to eat, and you say, I don't know. So then I just pick something. And then you say, okay, well, I don't want that. So the real question is, as men that we understand now is, hey, babe, what do you not want to eat? So you can tell us, I don't want tacos. I don't want Italian. I don't want pizza. Bet. So when I say wings, shut the fuck up and get ready to eat. Like, because now we've asked you specifically and got specific information. You can explain why, like, you didn't want Italian because the last spot we went to, it gave you heartburn. You had to sleep sitting up. The other one, you know what I'm saying, made your breath smake because the garlic was. That's cool after the fucking fact. I'm trying to make a decision and take action now. Answer me, give me the question I need, and then all the rest of the extra shit, the context behind it, the details, all the colorful adjectives, cool. Answer the question we gave you first.
And the reason that we're asking the question is because we actually want to know, but we want to know how are we going to address this, because naturally ingrained in us, we're problem solvers. How is your day is an invitation to let me know how was it and what do I need to get prepared for. So do I need to get into problem solver mode or do I need to get into celebration mode with you? I'm asking you that so you can let me know, and then we go into that. It's okay to answer the question.
That is so insane to me that y'all not recognizing that y'all do not care about what your own woman communicates. I'm telling you, hey, look, I've been married for 15 years successfully. If you want to stay single, go ahead and listen to that advice and not listen to your woman and tell her how she's supposed to communicate as a woman and tell her to be stoic and act like it's insane. Women communicate a certain way. You should appreciate the way how a woman communicates, especially your woman.
See,
Simple.
this is what happens when you use words all willy-nilly. Nobody said shit about a woman talking stoic. We said get to the damn fucking point first. Be direct. Answer the questions you were asked. But again, Sharon, you can't use your marriage as an example. Like, it doesn't apply here. It doesn't apply to any of these women on the panel and any of these women in the chat. Your wife comes from a background and culture where a lot of the things that we deal with in ours are not present. So now, if you were talking to a bunch of men,
let me just correct you. You have no idea what her culture is even.
You told us on the last show what her culture. You said she was Russian, right?
You don't know their culture.
No, I know a little bit I spent a little time in Moscow.
Okay, just because you don't know their culture.
Well, okay, so let me say what I do know about
don't
Russia.
Talk about what she can and cannot do according to her culture because you have no idea what it is.
I do know that Russian men are very, 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 very strong leaders, and that Russian women are submissive to their men. So I get that.
Right. So again, you don't know their culture.
I absolutely mean. I may not know the culture that you guys have in your household.
That's not what I'm trying to get you to understand.
You can't know the culture in the country. I've spent a lot of time over there, so I know a little bit about it.
Yeah, but that's not what's happening.
That culture that you're talking about doesn't apply to any of these women, because a lot of these women, especially the ones that agree with you, couldn't find Russia on a map. So you're sitting here telling us about what works in your marriage when none of us up here are even looking for Russian women. None of us up here have the Russian women in their proximity. So you can't advise us about how your 15-year marriage to a Russian woman would work with all of us who date black women. True, correct me if I'm wrong. Fresh, do y'all date black women, correct?
I date women of color.
Well, I'm sorry, True, my bad. I ain't mean to put you in a box, dog.
You good. International player.
You good. I did not mean to put you in a box. I swear to God I didn't. My fault, big dog. We good. We good. So again, what you're saying works in your marriage. It would work with people who are married to women with your wife's cultural background. We can agree there at least. Even say I don't know about her.
No, we cannot. No, we cannot. Because what I'm saying is in general for women because you said it yourself. Women communicate with more words.
Mm-hmm.
Women communicate a certain way. It doesn't matter if she's Russian, Spanish, Black, American, white. That has nothing to do with what I'm communicating at all because you yourself admitted it. This is the crazy one. Y'all don't even hear yourself
American women.
And y'all try to. And so again, you yourself said women communicate with more words.
Yes,
and
American.
What I was trying to explain to you is that we as men got to say we have to love women for what women are. If women communicate with more words, we need to love that about women.
Or we need to
if women are going to be late to restaurants, we need to love that about women.
So basically, women want to be hoes. Women don't want to be respectful of our time.
I know women also like to interrupt as well. So that's another thing as well. Go ahead.
If you're saying that we should love all the shitty bad things about women instead of correcting and leading with love and teaching them, then again, maybe you're right. I don't understand Russian culture. However, in our culture, that's not something that we can't afford to do that because letting women slide and all this other shit is what turns women into Melyssa Fords.
What, a happy woman? So she says she's happy. So you saying that if we was to listen to our women and they become happy, that's a problem?
No, they become happy liars.
This is the insane part about it. All I'm saying is that this woman has not communicated that she is in distraught or distress. All she says that she's decented men and she's living her best life that she could possibly have at the moment.
Sharon, would you like me to send you her complaining about men? Would you like
that is what we talking about the video at hand. So whatever video that she had before to compare to now is two different versions of herself. So she said decent to men. That's what she's talking about in this video that we are watching.
I know Keisha trying to get in there. Go ahead, Keisha.
There was the trick bag. I just want you to see it live.
Go ahead, Keisha.
So I'm 46. Okay, let's changed it a little bit. I'm 46. I'm single. I don't have any kids. You know, I feel like I'm successful in my own right. Like Melyssa, right? I don't have Melyssa money, right? Got it. You know, but in my own right, degrees, all that great things, right? But oftentimes, you know, retirement, all that. But oftentimes I catch myself wondering, and I'm just being honest, and I like to tell stories, but not 46 and goofy. But anyways, I realized that part of the reason why I'm single is a lot of times and I'm happy with, to Bo's point, I'm happy with who I am as a person, right? I'm happy that I've got to this level in life. Okay. But oftentimes I catch myself like, I got all this, but nobody to share it with, if that makes sense. I didn't accomplish all these things. I know Sharon has talked about all these things that his daughter has and all of that, but then what? You know what I mean? Like True says, you know, we put on this earth to procreate, right? We're here to, you know, based on what you believe, right? To procreate, to love, all that stuff. So my question is, well, I must say my statement for me is I consistently run into men who, and it could be something about my choosing. So don't be tagging me, right? But I think that I pick men who say one thing a lot of times, and they at the beginning is all this, but as time goes on, they're not consistent. Like,
give us an example.
They
Give
great
us an
at
example,
the beginning,
please.
So okay, I met this guy one time last year. I probably told y'all this story back in the day, Willie. But I met this guy last year, and one of the things I asked was about, you know, how does he feel about communication? I asked him how does he feel about dating. I think I'm somewhat of an extrovert, so I like to go to things, right? I like lounges, cigar lounges. I like different things, right? He says I'm an introvert. However, I want to learn how to be more extroverted, right? He sends flowers. He's want to go on these dates. He's doing all the things. He's communicating consistently at the beginning. I'm gonna say for a good month. I would say a good month. But then, and excuse me, y'all. But then, and I've never been intimate with him. He's just like, I asked him after a month, when's the next date, right? Like, first of all, why am I asking for when's the next date, right? But he says he felt like being an introvert, going on a date once a month was enough for him. He's like, that's enough for me. I'm good with that. And the flowers stop, the calls slowly stop, all that. I'm like, well, dang. Well, I asked you at the very beginning, you know, this. You said you wanted to do this. Now, you know, and I consistently kind of run into that. Like communication issues, don't know how to say what they mean and mean what they say. That's my issue. I don't care about Melyssa Ford, but I'm just sharing y'all. So maybe y'all can give me some light.
I think that one example of that gentleman and him being introverted and you being more extroverted, that's just one example. But I wouldn't see, just based on us interacting the last couple of months, I wouldn't see you having an issue attracting most men openly. I wouldn't see you having an issue, you know, connecting with men who of similar interests. So for whatever reason, that disconnect, I'm not exactly sure why. You gave an example, which I appreciate, but that's kind of what I'll be trying to figure out. I've only been a man. When women say men are this way, right, I listen, but they never really give us more extensive explanation of what men really are. I think, one, I try to look at the frame of people are people. People get tired. Folks always present their best selves. People communicate sometimes with the best intentions of saying they would be all these things, But what is the best determining factor of a person's abilities is time and watching them without your influence. A lot of times in dating, it's very much a performative based thing. And that's not an age thing. I know 50-year-old women and men who pretend and still play like they in high school. And so I think that as mature people, you just got to be better at knowing what your system is, how I'm going to approach this, what is the type of time I want to spend with this person. Those things matter. It eliminates those who are not on your energetic level, your equilibrium of sorts. And again, I've only ever been a man, so I don't know when women are picking these guys. And I will tell you this, and I'll land. A lot of times, men, when we're looking at men, we're judging it based on what we think a good man is. And so when we say, hey, Lakeisha, this dude be perfect for you, 90% of the time, you're not attracted to that guy for whatever freaking reason. So it seems that when it comes to women,
so I don't have a type, true. So
just using you as an example,
but people think. Look, so I'm not the woman that says he need to be 6 feet, 6 figures this way. I just ask they be taller than me, because if a fire happened, who gonna pick who up, right? That's my only thing. If we the same size, we fight trying to get each other out that fire. I know it sounds silly, but that's all I ever asked. 6 figures, never been an issue. I reciprocate, and I've said this on this panel several times. I can reciprocate what I asked for, point blank, period, in any kind of way. You name it.
That's why I wasn't using you as an example. I'll tell you a quick anecdote, and hopefully this will tie to what I'm saying. I used to have a best friend, and she was 20 years older than me. Very attractive lady, brilliant. I learned a lot from this lady. I was 24 when we met, so she was 40 something, but she looked great. Long story short, I had a church member who was around her age. She asked for a good, solid, God-fearing, responsible man. And I said, okay, cool. I know somebody like that. He was from the Caribbean, successful, all of that. But he was a little skinny. He had gray hair, and he didn't look like whatever she assessed to be her type, based on the fact that she looked 24, but she was 44. So when I say they went on a date, they hung out, he was everything she claimed she wanted. She went on a date, came back, and got mad at me and said, hey, yo, why would you recommend this guy for me? You must think low of me. So I was like, well, I don't understand. You said you wanted these things. He has all those things. Yeah, but I deserve this. And she was describing this Adonis type of man as almost a 50-year-old woman. So that's what I was saying moments ago. A lot of times, in my opinion, when we're assessing men, we're assessing them based on what we know a man's function really is in your life. It is not to make your butterflies flutter. It is not just to make you super excited every time he cheeses from ear to ear. And that may be our fault. I can own that maybe us as men need to develop in that area. But when we're assessing men, we're looking at, you need to be with somebody that you can trust long term, that ain't gonna back out, that ain't gonna fail on you. That's not a look. It's not a height. And it's not always necessarily a money level. But women have, generally speaking, have this idea of what the man is supposed to be on the markers that they have. And to me, that's the biggest disconnect. And I'll land.
Hey, I would say this. Your name Keisha? Hey, look, I would say decenter men. Don't worry about this whole procreation thing. That is another way to keep women mentally held down, right? This whole idea that you have to procreate. That is just another version to me personally from what you just said, right? I just walked away from what you said originally. All those things is meant to keep women in a state that they are not doing well enough in society. You can absolutely help the world even if you don't bring no children into it. It's all about the people that you help and who do you make better that is around you. That's what it's really all about. That's what legacy actually is that the people that, when you leave here, the people that was in your life, you left them better off than if you wasn't in their life. So this whole idea that you gotta, you have all these things and you did all of the work and you just happen to not have either children or a man, that does not make you less of a human being or less of a woman. Keep on grinding. Hopefully you can find whatever it is that you are looking for yourself, that you see fit for that. But don't center the idea that men when you find that one Prince Charming, now that you are complete. That's bullshit.
Okay, so that might make somebody feel good, but that doesn't solve a issue, right? What we're here to do is solve an issue. The sister presented an issue, and True, honestly looked at the opposite of introverted extrovert. And so what I would say is put yourself in a position where you're always looked at by respectable men, and also look at what kinds of men want what from you. How old was the gentleman that was the introvert?
49.
He was 49. Okay, cool. So like True said, I don't think that you would have a problem attracting men, but for the most part, keeping the attraction or keeping the attention is something that is tough for everybody. But you have to be honest about it and say, okay, what is it that may have people falling off over time? Are you communicating the entire time? Are you expecting them to do most of the communication? Now, somebody that's an introvert, we may not really be able to count that, because that's a person that probably don't really talk that much and don't want to get out that much.
So fresh. I get a lot that. So I get a lot that I could be too much because I travel a lot. Like, I'm retired. I do what the fuck I want to do when I want to do it, and I don't wait for nobody, and I mean nobody, to do it. And I feel like sometimes that comes off as a little, like a lot of men say, what do I give a woman like you that already have everything? This is what men ask me. And I don't have everything. You know what I mean? Like, I got things. I don't have everything.
So two things I would ask.
I'm sorry.
Two things. No, it's my fault. Two things I would ask is, do you normally profess that you can do whatever you want when you want? No?
Well, I think I wouldn't say I normally profess it. However, if you ask me what's my schedule for next week, I may be in Mexico. I don't know. So I can't, just not.
The reason why I asked is because if you ever seen that Bernie Mac episode when he came out of the bedroom after he handled his business and he was like, "Who's the man? I'm the man. Strong, intelligent, black man." Dun 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 dun. So when
I'm not telling people that.
I know you're not saying that. What I'm saying is, if you constantly give off that, it's like saying that all the time. I'm not saying that you do it. You may not even do that. But
so do I dumb myself down?
No, it's not about dumbing yourself. No.
You see what I'm saying? Like, this is what I do.
It's not. So this is the misconception.
I know I'm not going to do that. I'm just talking for the
You're not dumbing yourself down to be. You're not dumbing yourself down when you being like a gangster that moves in silence. You're not telling everybody your moves. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not telling everybody that you can do all these things. However, what I would say, but if we can just get away from that, maybe you're not, rubbing people the wrong way like that. We can cut that out. What I would say is, do you, as you say, you have all these things, do you profess what it is that you need?
Yes.
And that is?
I would say, I already talk about consistency a lot, right? I talk about communication. I'm really big on that. Initiative. I'm big on initiative. I'm big on support. I'm big on encouraging. The things that I can ask, I can, like I said, I can give, right? I'll give. Can you encourage me? We encourage each other, right? You invest in this relationship, I'm going to invest as well. Commitment. I will commit to you. You commit to me. I ask those things. I don't ask for money. I'm just asking mainly time. Probably time is my thing.
Okay.
Time.
And do you ask them what they need of you? Or do you know what they need of you?
So everybody's different. Okay. So I'll ask. Every man is different. And yeah, I do ask. So there's no one thing. Most men I hear say, I want peace. Every man says, from my woman, I want peace. Peace, 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 peace. That reminds me of all your past traumas of non-peace that you've gotten, because I haven't given you the inclination that I don't give off peace. But a lot of men that I meet off the jump, they say they want peace.
I mean, it could just be peace because we constantly battle in the world in order to be able to give to somebody else. So that doesn't mean we always just got chaos from elsewhere. You know what I'm saying? Peace is I come in from work and I get to see you and you are pleasant and we get to have a good time on the couch without you talking my head off about a bunch of stuff that I don't care for over, an hour. Peace is just sitting in silence.
You'll never have to come home and not have peace with me.
Okay.
That's a fact.
Cool.
Yo, if I know you worked all day.
Hold on. Y'all got to get Bo in there.
If you worked all day, I've been at home all day because I'm retired. So I'm a pastry chef by trade outside of that. And I'm baking and doing all that. Yes. You will have that.
Something ain't adding up. Something ain't adding up.
Shout out to Dr. Freshmaker, man. Go ahead, Bo.
Go ahead, y'all. I'm sorry, Bo.
Two things. Men go out and battle the world every day. Let me say this. Yes. Yes, you do. Especially, actually, only black men. Because y'all have a specific experience. And I get it. And I am going to validate you in that experience. But what the fuck do you think black women do? Like, what the fuck? Do what? Sitting at the intersection of being a nigga and a woman. What do you think we do on a daily basis as well? It's almost as if you're the only one who gets to go out and battle the world. We have to be called all types of shit for just walking out of the house. Mean fucking wild. We have to be like, well, I know, baby. I know the world's so hard on you. How was your day? Black men have got to stop wanting to be coddled. I want to come home and I want you to be pleasant. Nigga, it's not a pleasant day because you left the toilet seat up with piss on it. I'm just trying to figure out, like, it's not a pleasant day. You cannot come home every day and have pleasantries because you're not a pleasant nigga to deal with all the time. So you're going to have to be comfortable with having uncomfortable conversations and being met at the door with, you didn't, you haven't, you shoulda, because you didn't, you haven't, and you shoulda. So I'm like, if you want peace, be a peaceful nigga. Unfortunately, you're not a peaceful nigga all the time, so you're not met with peace all the time. I can't be unhappy, unsatisfied, and have complaints and have to come to the door and like, let me suck your dick real quick. Like, I'm not doing that. I am going to come to you with the problems that I have, and you, as a grown-ass man with a dick, just gonna have to deal with it. You're just going to have to deal with it. Yes, your peace has not come to you right now, but as soon as you solve this problem, it might be peaceful, and I might suck your dick. We don't know. But I'm just like, you got to be open to that shit. I'm almost done. Hold on. I had a 2, but that one right there just blew me. And I just don't want to come home and be in peace. Girl, okay. So anyway, but for true, what I originally wanted to say was, I know you all look at men a certain way, like women should get men that they can trust. Women should get men that can provide sufficiently. Women, like men look at like black and white, what fits on the paper. But we need that. And sometimes we do have, you know, physical qualifications. But more than anything, what's going to make you real sexy, what's going to make you real appealing to a woman is if you are kind, if you actually like us, if you actually treat us like humans, if you actually are emotionally regulated, if you can handle the world and come home and separate me from that world, because you come home and there's something going on. Hey, I need you to, or can you, or whatever. And you have been dealing with that world and you bring that shit home and be like, I ain't trying to deal with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, there are a lot more things than what can go on a piece of paper to qualify a man for a woman. So like it's way more it's deeper than just, can he provide, is he trustworthy, and is he, you know, attractive? Like, attraction is subjective.
That makes sense. I appreciate that, Bo. That's very, very multifaceted. I guess what, and I'll make it quick. I guess to me, just assessing, talking to thousands of women at this point, even what you're explaining as far as the exchange of you maybe having a gripe or discrepancy, and then for us to have this request to experience peace with you. When I heard that, to me, I'm kind of like, oh, that's wild. In my opinion, base level, kind should go both ways. If I'm dealing, I chose you as a woman, there's, in my opinion, nothing that I should do that should push you past character. Just like there's nothing that you can really do that pushes me past character. That's just how I move, which is why I date certain types of women. And it eliminates a lot of these hyenas, because most of them are just not at the level of maturity to even run with a man like me, because I have very, very high standards, right? But the challenge is that what you said, you guys want, and what I consider optimal men. Optimal men are the men that can learn how to pivot within the scenario and the demand of what he needs. So his kind voice, but then when something pops off, he can engage. And I don't personally believe that most men, in my opinion, and I appreciate and love men and all that we are capable of that switch as quickly or maybe as precisely as you would want. We are human at the end of the day. That doesn't mean we can't grow. So sometimes I believe that the demand of some women is unfair. Just like we can't demand you guys to operate like us, be as fast as us, be as emotionally regulated as us, because I typically believe most men are a lot more emotionally regulated than a lot of women. I only say that because the demand of our performance the demand of our performance in the real world demands it. There's not a lot of men are not behind bars right now. A lot of men are not throwing. Crazy. I don't know what I'm saying. That is not fact based.
True. What's about to happen is, right? What's about to happen is, I don't know which one of them is going to jump out there and do it, but they probably won't after this. What they were about to try to do is argue against the one thing that they disagree with the most out of what you said, without acknowledging everything else. Because what Bo just told us was, if a nigga don't do what she want him to do first, he don't get no peace. That's all he said. Okay. And that his peace, if he's pissing on a toilet seat, he doesn't deserve peace. That's what the other thing she said. This is how we can prove this is how we can illustrate your point. True. You want to know how bad problem solvers are, women are without men? Because when they have a man, they still suck at it. Because, not trying to be funny, if you know if a guy's going to pee, we don't know, no man pisses on a toilet seat on purpose. None of us, we don't do it because none of us are that nasty. It's just trifling. But if they were really good problem solvers, they leave the fucking seat up and then put it down when they wanted to go pee instead of complaining about us leaving the seat up. Because again, which one is harder? Going to go get a Lysol wipe, some Lysol spray, and a paper towel to go wipe the toilet seat off and clean it, or raising the fucking toilet seat. So the toilet seat probably should be left up. That's one problem they solve. But for any woman in this space to think that a man who is paying all the bills, you come home and got to deal with his woman's bullshit, this is what y'all get for wanting to be in the workforce, because the majority of y'all problems come from having to leave the fucking house. That's where all this shit y'all fought for is where the bulk of your fucking gripes come from. So again, when I say a man's ultimate flex is removing his woman from the workforce, taking her out of the fact where she has a boss, she has to ask another nigga the permission of time to take off to go see her kids, to go be a mother, to have a child. If that's what y'all are fighting for, and that's what y'all want so bad, y'all got to shut the fuck up about everything else that come with it. The same way we do when we are so fiercely loyal to y'all. The majority of men are complaining about black women, but the majority of men are fiercely loyal to y'all. The majority of black men aren't out here just saying, you know what, it's okay for women to do this. We're actually trying to lead y'all. But the problem is y'all don't want to be led. So if you compare this to other races, we're the only group of men that has to combat our women. We're the only ones. The only ones. To True's point about being emotionally regulated, it's like it is a scientific fact that men are more emotionally regulated than women. Because one, men are more emotionally mature than women. And the fact is, we have to be. The only time y'all see emotional men are the ones that were raised by women. When you see men who are raised by a man, they are not emotional. There's too many studies, arguments. So I apologize if maybe y'all went, you know what I'm saying, you don't pick 10 niggas that was emotional. Sharon, you done been around 10 niggas that was emotional. At the end of the day, when men lose their emotional control, bad things happen to us. When y'all lose your emotional control, the world coddles you. You can lose your emotional control and cut somebody out, and the world's gonna say, you know what? He should have slapped the shit out of her because she's just a girl. If a man cusses Fresh out, we all gonna tell Fresh, like, bro, you pussy. Why you let that nigga talk to you like that? So we can't pretend.
That's emotional control.
There is no word. No, that's not emotional. There's nothing emotional about slapping somebody who disrespects you. Like, that's a choice. That is a dedicated action. But the same reason, if that's the case, then it wouldn't be anything less wrong with a man slapping the shit out of a woman for doing it. So, like, y'all want these saying the benefits when they benefit you, but when it comes time for you not to get what you want first, then it's a problem.
So real quick, I'll just read it. It says, as far as processing, brain imaging studies suggest that men often integrate cognitive regions to regulate emotions more quickly, whereas women often exhibit greater brain activation related to both emotional than cognitive processing simultaneously. So in all honesty, really what that is men are forced to compartmentalize in order to get the job done. And this is even studied from babies. If you put a barrier in front of, generally, if you put a barrier in front of male babies, they're going to figure out a way to get over, around, or through it. Generally, for female babies, they will use their natural ability of manipulation of the environment, which is to cry, to get somebody else to do it for them. This is not anything that is an insult. This is just natural behavior.
So let's hear your argument with science now, with your lived experience.
The correlation is hilarious. That's what's funny about it. The correlation is hilarious. Number one, and that shows the intelligence level of men and women. That's number two. If I can get somebody else to do what I need, who's the smarter person? You could go ahead and be as brawny as you want to and feel like you can. I got this grip, and I'm going. If I could get 10 other people to do something for me, I'm smarter than the person that's doing it for me at the moment.
Let's shoot a hole in that logic real quick.
The person that can manipulate their environment is the intelligent one. We all know this.
The manipulation of the environment is singular. He is manipulating his environment. He's not using an outside force to do it. He is. Yes, he is. He is manipulating his environment. You have a preference. That's fine. That's cool. I'm learning this. Something about freaking women, you just automatically slot them as the more superior. I'm sorry, sir. They're not. There's nothing about
I'm in your house and you got a jar you need
You're
open.
kidding me right now.
Are you going to ask me as the other man in your house to open this jar because you don't want to open it?
Yes.
Oh, well, yeah.
Well, there you go.
You set the preference that I want you to do it. If I want you to do it, I'm saying, hey, open this jar. Yes, that's what I'm going to ask you to do if I want that. So right. So I'm going to answer your question truthfully, right? So in real life, I don't ask no man for nothing, but that's what I wanted from you. Yes, I will ask you to open it. Can you open this door for me? I can't open the door. So yes.
No argument there. M. White.
That's just not
would
my
you ever ask?
personality.
Would you need me to open a jar for you in your house? No, nigga, don't go on camera.
Absolutely not.
JR, would you ever?
No.
Like, even if you didn't have fucking hands, you'll put that bitch in between your thighs and use your nubs before you ask another nigga to open something for you in your home.
Let me get some pliers or something. Figure out a way to get that motherfucker.
That's the thing, though. Really, even if you attempted to do it for me, I would be like, nigga, move out the way.
Man. Hey, look, I hear you talking, but we know it's just not true. Men ask men for help all the time. Actually, the men coddle men, just like how it's been happening today on this panel. Most of the time, the men coddle other men, especially when it comes to their ego. That's the main thing that's been happening this whole time. This idea that the woman is supposed to lift up the seat for the man instead of him, realizing that, oh shit, I peed on the goddamn seat. Let me wipe it down before I exit the goddamn bathroom and wash my hands. That's insane to me.
No one said that.
I don't even understand that at all. The reason why women want to sit down is because sometimes they multitask and they got their hand. They just want to come, plop, sit down, and keep it moving. If it's late at night, they'll fall their ass in if you keep the seat in. You keep the seat up, your wife is going to eventually fall in the goddamn toilet one day. And then you're going to have to deal with her ass.
And she's going to be mad as hell. Let me ask you a question, though.
That's why they keep the seat down. Number two, it looks more sanitary with the seat down. That's number 2. 3. Right. And nobody wants to wipe after somebody else's urination or defecation, right? Nobody. I don't care how good of a wife she is. She really don't want to touch your goddamn piss. Unless y'all in the shower, she don't know. Hey, you can do whatever you want to do in the shower. Y'all take showers together.
This is random. Hey, you took it to a whole other area. Let me change the subject and bring it back to someplace else because you went on a whole how to clean the toilet exponenza. So Sharon, we
just learned Sharon be pissing on people in the shower. That's what we just learned. We just learned this nigga's in there pissing on people when he take a shower with him.
Drip.
This nigga is peeing up bitches back in the shower like, Sharon, you a wild boy. Like, you thought you was going to get past that shit, sir? You just said if you in the shower, she don't know. No, nigga, you just said that you piss on bitches. Like, and you think you want to think that you really believe that you're saying when you in actuality is in here pissing on people?
So when he said he marking his territory.
Boy, listen, boy, you a cold gangster. Listen, I see what you're doing. You a cold one.
Hold on, Sharon. So let me ask you this: you were saying that the person that could manipulate the environment the best is the more intellectual one, right? All right, I'm gonna give you 2 scenarios, and you tell me: do you believe that there's a differential between those, or do you think that that's just the most intelligent? Fuck it. Okay, 1. A man that goes into the woods and builds a cottage when everyone else can't survive and has to rely on them to survive. Would that man be the most intelligent? Okay. A woman that manipulates the other women to sell OnlyFans for her, would she be the most intelligent? And a man who gets women to go out on the strip and sell themselves, he would be the most intelligent. Okay, well.
Let me play some more of this clip, man. The super chats first.
I know the thumbnail better have this nigga in R. Kelly body pissing on the topic.
Dre on the ground 999. Damn, she hit the northern wall from the Game of Thrones. My goodness. No excuses. Entertainment 999. I would not want a man that is okay with being at 40. She will never fight for a relationship. Dre on the grind, 499. The successful man at 49 is okay being single with multiple women. The woman at 49 longs for a relationship and feels empty and unwanted. Not the same. Dre again, 199. Men, don't be a wall jumper. Skill defense. Brother Lucy, 1999. As men, we understand a woman's truth perfectly. We are not that. Like you said, arcane, but at the same time, our logic and reasoning won't allow us to ignore the lies. Just Blaze 10, 11, 499. At what point will Sharon stop talking to be heard and actually listen to the men on the panel? Put the cape away. Bougie Reacts, $5. Willie and True be cooking. The women just act clueless. Just Blaze 10, 11, 499. Sharon is just talking to talk. And he's not married to a black woman either. Man, go lay down. Striking Rich, 199. Foreign currency. Sharon, did you marry a rap video vixen? Marcus, $1982. Delusional Women. Want Sharon in The Rock's body. MG, 3632, $5. Sharon is the guy in the neighborhood raised around a lot of women. He has a lot of female mannerisms, but won't acknowledge it because he's straight. Lastly, Brother Newsy with the 999. So men can't get a meal, can't get a clean home, can't get a smile, can't get nookie. And now asking for peace is a burden. It's really over for you ninjas that are single. I want to thank everybody that has contributed. Do me a favor, hit that like button. Let's go ahead and continue this.
Hey, I just want to say for all those brothers, I'm the most masculine man you ever talked to in your life.
What?
Damn, you had to cough?
I hear to say it.
Girl.
And the thing about it is anybody who's like, why have to repeat it so much if it's true? Because it's never been said before.
That's a fact.
It's never been said before.
Yeah,
and there are millions of women who have been waiting to hear someone like you advocate for the lifestyle that you have, for the freedom, for the sense of self, for the sense of safety that you have.
And exactly. And that's another reason why when they say, oh, well, you know, she's trying to convince other women to, you know, follow in her path and not have babies and not get married. No, that's not what I'm trying to do. Like I said, whatever floats your boat, go ahead and do that. But for the women who are sitting with those conflicting feelings of, yeah, I kind of agree with Melyssa, like the marriage and kids thing, it never really did resonate with me. And I feel pressure. Well, I'm here to give a name to it for you. I'm here to show you what it looks like when you jump across the line and you just embrace your truth. You embrace who you really actually want to be so that you can thrive from that point. You can't thrive when you're in a constant state of flux. You can't thrive when you're in a constant state of confusion of, you know, should I, shouldn't I? Well, this is expected of me, blah, blah, blah. Once you let go of what you believe are everybody else's expectations of you, and you really sit and think to yourself, my life is my gift and I can do what I want with it. And I think that this is what I want with it, whatever that may be. That is the greatest moment in anybody's life. But for the women who are having difficulty with societal expectations contradicting what they feel in their heart of hearts is just not for them. That's all I'm here to do, is to show you how wonderful it is over here. That's it.
You know what it's like? If you're splashing the person who is sunbathing beside the pool, you're not having fun in the fucking pool.
No.
You're not entertained. So the person who is claiming a different lifestyle than you, who's saying, I don't want to swim, I'm happy over here. If you're genuinely happy where you are, they won't even hit your vision.
Yeah.
You'll just be like, that's great for her. Let me continue to have fun and enjoy what I am doing over here. And that's why I happily advocate for all types of different lifestyles.
Yeah.
And on the fun note too, is because that beautiful speech that you gave just around collecting data on your own lived experience and making a very easy assessment. What do I put effort in that actually provides joy back? What do I put effort in that drains me? And that's very simple math.
Yeah.
Oh, the thing that I'm putting effort into that gives joy back is my work, it's my friendships, it's my animals, it's my relationship with God, or it's my relationship with therapy. What has put effort in and drained me has been romantic relationships. That's not to say that I'm saying all romantic relationships are bad, but based on my lived experience, it doesn't make any sense. It would be insane for me to discount these things and put more effort there.
Yeah.
So I just want to say thank you for being a pioneer.
And, you know, I felt like I said it so delicately.
This is disgusting.
This is dangerous.
Absolutely disgusting.
Extremely.
Unfortunately, what she's actually doing But because on this particular podcast, I noticed it often. They just speak softly about terrible things, and it makes it okay. But what she's actually doing is recruitment, and she's doing recruitment because misery loves company. This is no different than the aunties at the picnic that are trying to discourage those that still have a chance to actually make it past where they went, that are saying, oh, don't deal with that, man. Niggas ain't shit. The same old garbage. That's all this is. This is recruitment in order to be able to get more soldiers on her side of the line because she is alone.
Look, Lakeisha. Oh, go ahead, Willie.
You know what's the craziest part for me, right? What this reminds me of is Gary Payton when he went from, not Gary, I use a better example, Ray Allen. Remember Ray Allen used to be an on-ball defender when he was young. You know what I'm saying? He used to like really, really be active, and then he turned into as he got older, he turned into a spot-up three-point shooter. That's what she's doing. She can't sell pussy no more, so now she's selling cope in the form of hope for women. Like, she's still selling something. So now I'm looking at this from a purely financial aspect. Like, it's a genius plan. Like, she can't sell pussy anymore. Like, the thing that got her here, that is the only reason why we're talking about her. She can't sell that anymore, so she found something else to sell. Like, I mean, from a marketing standpoint, bro, you got to give her credit. This is genius. Because
it was either that or go to church.
We don't talk about Buffy the Body no more. We don't talk about Gloria Velez anymore. We don't talk about Cat Stacks anymore. We don't talk about all the other hoes of her ilk other than Superhead. So she has somehow managed to stay this relevant without having to suck a dick for money. Like, we got to give her credit at this point, because it's crazy how we sit having this conversation. Like, this isn't rocket science. It's old hoe, can't sell old pussy. Got to find new grift. New grift is sell coke and dope to other old hoes that can't sell new pussy. Like, that's all it is.
Let's take that. Let's take that. I think what I heard, especially after you guys kind of brought that together, right? And I'm actually hearing you in my head, Bo. Men need to stop caring about what the outcome of a woman's life is going to look like moving forward. Because from what I've gathered, the reason why we keep talking to y'all is because we actually do care about women, contrary to popular belief. But what is being said through Melyssa Ford, since she is going to champion this new movement, is that we now need to redefine what is our care for y'all's outcome. No matter how dangerous it is, no matter how decrepit, no matter how crippled or limited it may be. I think what's unfortunate is that a lot of women, men understand this, generally speaking. The world's not set up for single people. Melyssa Ford is a privileged person to be able to ascend where she ascended, to be able to even conjure up the ability to denounce a relationship. Most women cannot do that. Most women just can't do that. Lakeisha is a prime example of a woman that I can probably guarantee she don't know 50 other women her age who can say they're retired and don't never got to work ever again, because it's not a common thing. So a Melyssa Ford, a Lakeisha, and women like her are rare commodities. If you want to live in this earth, especially current day, you have to acquire an immense amount of resources. And most people can't do this. So that's where, this is what I'm taking from it. We as a collective, as men, need to stop caring about what happens to the women, how their life ends up, how down bad they're going to be. Because basically, from even what Bo said, if she wants to do this, she wants to be happy, let that be. Cool. I think that's the approach most men need to take, because clearly they're not understanding that it is almost impossible to live this life, the duration of it, and people are living longer, single, and don't have a big bag. And I'll land.
Go ahead, Bo.
So this is why granting leadership to men just because they have a dick is very dangerous. Because I know you all think that you care about us, but I think the way you care about us is the way you think we need to be cared about. instead of actually asking a woman how she prefers to be cared about, what she needs from you. Because the men in my life, the ones who I see and value as leaders, I reach out to them for advice. I will text them. You'll know how much I respect you if I ever message or text you and be like, hey, I need some advice. That means that I see you as a leader and someone that can actually help me. But I need you to help me in the way that I need you, and not the way you think I need you, and the way you think is best that I need you. That's the harmful thing. You want to give women what you think they need. That is not a sign of leadership. The sign of leadership is knowing what someone actually needs and helping them there. If in fact you see something else that person may need that they don't see, you can offer up suggestions, but you cannot force that type of help on them. And oftentimes men see women as, y'all don't know what you need, so we're going to tell you what you need. Or we just going to help you. That is not how that goes. I do know what I need. I'm a fully grown adult, and you cannot tell me what I need. You can make a suggestion. And if I respect your leadership, I will absolutely listen every time. But you know how you gain that respect? By listening first, by paying attention first, by actually knowing what I need. So you can't just make that up for us. I'm just saying, like, not that I'm saying that you are like that, True, but I'm saying that it is dangerous to tell men that they are leaders just because they are men, and we are inferior just because we are women, because those type of men are going out there thinking that they're helping in a way that some of you men on this panel may help a woman. Every man is not doing that.
Did you understand what I was referring to though? At the direct life, that the world is not set up for single people, like especially go ahead.
No, the world is not set up for poor people. Single people are fine. The world is not set up for poor people. We gotta be clear about that. Yeah, as long as you got enough money, you're fine.
So wait, real quick, just to be real quick. This is what kills me, right? About women, and I'm seeing dudes do it too. Like, y'all want to attack somebody because you attack somebody's point, attack that. But like, one thing that I'm not big on is attacking somebody's sexuality because they too pro women. Y'all don't call this nigga up here gay and all this other shit just because he's pro woman. Like, it's such thing as a male feminist. Like, that is a thing. It is a thing. Do we agree with them for the most part? Fuck no. However, being a male feminist doesn't also mean that you also like dick. So I would just ask, the hyena bitches, y'all gonna hyena bitch, so I'm not worried about y'all. But for some of you other ones that's, I'm saying, coming out of pocket and just saying the shit, like, be smarter about it. And then two, if you're gonna have a joke, like, make it a new one. Like, goddamn, like, you know how many black niggas, we get called gay all the time when you can't say shit else about us. Like, when you can't attack anything else, you want to call us gay, or you want to call us short, or you call us something else to try to emasculate us. But goddamn, if you're gonna be disrespectful, at least be creative about it. And say that shit in a super chat with your chest. Stop talking for free. Sorry, my bad. True, go ahead.
No, you good. No, so Bo said the world's not set up for broke people. I agree. Would you say, Bo, in your opinion, if we're gonna split the sexes and we're gonna look at who holds the most dominance within the financial sector, would you say that be men or that be women collectively?
It would be men, of course.
Okay. Would you say that most women on an individual level are prepared to be able to support themselves through their throughout their lifetime with what they earn typically?
You're asking about most women?
Yeah, because we have to scale it across majority.
No, because of the earning potential of most women. No.
Okay.
But there are women that are responsible. Like, I don't make a bunch of money, but I've been smart in putting back and planning for my future. Like, women who take whatever money they do have and plan for the future and get a number that they want to live off of in the future and plan there right now and pay for it, I think that they'd be fine. Are they going to live in luxury? Probably not, because of our earning potential. But yeah, we'll probably retire okay.
And that's why I said I think this is just, I'm being hyperbolic, but I think that I'm hearing you. Maybe men need to adopt this non-care factor, because what's happening, in my opinion, is that we're trying to rewrite the rules. The reality is most women cannot survive financially on their income and their earning potential. That's why Melyssa Ford rhetoric to me is dangerous, because she's operating from a place of privilege. She amassed a lot of, early wealth. And I think she even said in her response, her mom left her inheritance. She didn't disclose that amount. So she not only earned a lot, she inherited money. Most people don't inherit a lot of money, right? That's where, decent men are going to care about, okay, look, I don't want, Susan and them, or, whomever, to be 72 years old and out here shaking at Walmart trying to figure out how to get her bills paid. One of the blessings about collaborating with a family, a man, and so on and so forth, is that the collaboration improves your longevity, your stability in the world. That's always what it's been built around. But only recently have we started to dismantle, because so many women are getting punched in their face, and so many women are being mistreated and dragged through the mud. And no one ever spends a lot of time talking about the beauty of collaborating and actually having this work out in her favor. And so I'm saying maybe we need to just stop caring and allow for what is inevitable to happen. Because if you move us out the way, majority of women current day are drowning in financial ruin, and just for the fact that they can hold up a gap. That's why your Klarnas and your firms and all that are prominent in the upswing, because they are trying to scramble and figure out how to just get groceries, but they're doing it right. So maybe we should stop caring. But
so I think you're being a little hyperbolic, mostly just because it's not that you shouldn't care. It's that you all are not listening. Like, a lot, y'all don't listen to us on this panel. Like, literally in this live, on this panel and in the comments, men literally, like, women will say something and men will be like, that's not true. And I'm just like, y'all really don't want to listen to us. And that's generally why you don't get listened to. Like, y'all know I'll shut down in a minute, because if I'm saying something and I'm being fair, I usually listen to your point, I validate your point, and then I counter it, or I just offer another perspective, and you'll still not listen to me. Like, what I'm saying is just the dumbest thing in the world. But if you take the time to listen to a woman's perspective, then maybe we might get somewhere, and you could care and we could listen to you. We have to listen no matter what. Men are perfect. Men are infallible here. Men are infallible on social media, period. And it's women that have to take the accountability. It is women that have to follow men's leadership. Even if you all are being abusive with your words and combative. Not you, True, but a lot of y'all are. Like, I get it. Like, you all have different personalities. You all have different ways of communicating. But you cannot tell a woman that she's wrong for something if that is the way that woman feels. I have a vagina, you have a dick. Like, we're different. You all, the one thing that y'all told me when I got on this panel over and over and over and over again is that men and women are different. Men and women are different. But as soon as women are like, this is how we think, you shouldn't think that way. Right, all right. Well, fuck it. Don't worry about it.
Do you really believe that most women think like Melyssa Ford, like overwhelmingly?
I'm not centering Melyssa Ford. I don't know. Okay. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying about how dangerous that rhetoric is because of her place of privilege. I don't tell people how to do anything financially because I know I come from a very privileged background as well. I had an inheritance. So, and I'm sitting in my grandfather's hard work right now. it is because of him that I get to do these things. So I don't push anything off on anybody because I know people don't live in my position. So I do agree with you that it is very harmful for her to say those things and tell women how to live financially because most women don't have her financial background. So I do agree with that.
I think we're trying to. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. So I think I went through my phase in life where initially I believed that I was in the all you got to do phase. Every conversation I had with somebody started out with a, man, all you got to do is just and it was just instruction. It was just look at you. All right, I see what's wrong. Do this and then go about your business. And then what I noticed is people start becoming like combative in a way, or even though I was right, even though what I told them to do, they necessarily, if they would have done it the exact way I said, it would have worked out for them because it's worked out before. I started noticing that shit would backfire because then people wouldn't come as much to you for the information. So then I started like that probably was like 25 to 32 or whatever.
Let me just play.
So then I kind of transitioned aspect because I know what I think the solution is. And then like what is the goal you're trying to achieve? And if they can y'all hear me still? Can y'all hear me still? Yeah, and if the goal you're trying to achieve isn't what I think you want, then I just listen, like, all right, well, you know. And I ask, like, I have an opinion. You gotta tell me if you want to know it, because I don't want to offend you like that. At least that's what I try to do. You know what I mean? So I kind of agree with Bo's point in regards to that, because like I might have an ideal for somebody like that they don't have for their life, and I can't force my ideal on them. You know what I'm saying? So me being happy with whatever I got going on also allows me the ability to just say, well, that's you. What can I do? Like, what I know what I think will work. You know what you think will work. What can I do about that shit? I need to just fall back and let you do you. And maybe when you feel like you want to actually do something different, you will come holler at me, or the shit might work. And I might just have to be like, oh, I didn't see that. Congratulations, and be happy for you. Either way, I'm gonna be happy for you if it work out. If it don't and you refusing, then it may come a point where I'll be like, look, I really don't want to hear about this anymore, because you don't want a result that you can potentially be happy with. You don't want the solutions that I can potentially give you. And right now you just like you're nagging at this point. Male or woman, we going over the same exact thing that we know we can resolve, but you refuse to for whatever reason. So I don't really want to hear about that shit no more. But I do agree with her, because there are people I talk to all the time that I can get information. They be like, boom, I appreciate what you just gave me. Then there are people I can tell that don't want to hear that shit. And I'm like, all right, well, I'll listen, but I only got so much time I can listen if it's the same issue, you know? So yeah, I get what she's saying. But Melyssa Ford, I also kind of agree with Willie's point about and it kind of jumped into the Chambaudet lady point, because she was saying if you're happy about what you're doing, then you're not splashing other people with the water. So if you're in the pool having a good time, you're not taking the water out and splashing the person that's over there sunbathing that's not bothering you, enjoying their own life. So to Willie's point, it's like I watched parts of the interview. I didn't watch the whole thing, so I could be out of context. And I say that in the beginning. It sounded like she was saying that men were just horrific and problematic, or at least the most of the men she ran into. And she was like applying that across all men. And my thing was, if she was happily becoming single and happily going into her whatever portion of life that she's moving into now with men, why at this point is there so much anger and like painting of a narrative of men? Like she used the example of a white man in Europe drugging his wife and having men come in and grape her. Like, I don't know no other man doing no shit like that. But she kind of like painted that across all men. Like we be out here just setting our wives and sisters and mothers up to be graped, and we are gonna eat them or cereal. Like it was just crazy. It's like, all right, if you want to go about your life and be single, ain't nobody. I'm not mad. I can't say ain't nobody else, because there do be people that's mad. But I'm not mad at you for that. Go enjoy your life. I would like to see you happy and when you come around, you spread positivity and love, and you are an embodiment of singleness that resonates in a place where we be like, man, that person really enjoying their life. They single, but that's what they want to be, and they enjoying that shit. That's somebody that come around like, yeah, I'm single because I'm powerful and men ain't shit and like, come on now, that's not what I'm getting from that. So I think it's a way you could go about doing that. But again, that's just my opinion.
I think between True and Bo, we may be trying to solve two different problems. And for men, we are trying to prevent catastrophe, while the ladies, to Bo's point, are asking us to listen to them right now. It's as if, let's say we're on the highway next to a mountain and a boulder is coming, and she's turned towards me. She can't see the boulder, and she's saying, listen to me. And I'm like, you don't see we about to die? That's the way I feel about these conversations when it comes to men and women. We are constantly trying to prevent catastrophe, and we can listen to you later after we figure out how to not have our society collapse. We are trying to prevent the Melyssa Fords, the Cynthias, the Tamaras. We're trying to make sure that behavior is not normalized. If you ever seen the movie One Battle After Another, it is constant grandma, mom to, it is 3 generations of blind, chaotic revolution for absolutely nothing. And even in the absence of the mother, she still passes on recruitment to her daughter in a redemption letter to tell her to keep fighting for something that has no end in sight, when she could clearly just listen to her father, because not only does he have foresight, but he gives a damn about what happens to her in the future, and he knows what can happen because he's been there. Men with the gift of foresight are saying, we don't want you to be single, old, and alone, because it isn't a happy place. We want you to be happy, but there will be concessions that need to be made in order to do so. I'll land with this. Every time men get in these conversations, ladies, some of you may hear it, you may not, but it's always out of love and protection. It may come out stark, but it's because we understand that we don't have a lot of time to prevent catastrophe. The main thing that got me into any of these conversations was seeing 2 50-year-old women in the cold trying to buy gas with a debit card that didn't have nothing on it. They knew it didn't have nothing on it and went into the gas station hoping that somebody would take pity on them at the register. We don't want that to become normal. Of course, Bo, it won't happen for you because you're good to go. Most women will not make it to retirement age with actual bread in their pocket. And it's okay to say that and prevent it, and prevent the next generation from doing it. And I'll land.
Hey, this is the issue that a lot of men have. They think they are some goddamn savior. You can barely save your goddamn self. That is the issue. You see an issue that you got to put a boulder come in hurling at you at 100 miles an hour is insane. The idea that these 2 women that are 50-year-old, that's probably just degenerates, is the representation of generalized women, that they're going to be at the goddamn gas station with people trying to act like they don't know what's going on, and hopefully they could be a damsel in distress, and then some man is just going to come and swoop in and save them. Y'all men are delusional to the 100th power. Y'all really believe in these goddamn fairy tales instead of dealing with reality. Reality tells you, when you just go to your own family, your sisters, your nieces, your aunties, your mother ain't struggling like that and trying to worry about no goddamn $20 to get some goddamn gas. Ain't no boulders hurling at them at 100 miles an hour while the earth is spinning at 1,000. It ain't happening.
You know why? Because they're married.
Out of their delusion that they are saving somebody. You need to save yourself first. This whole idea that women financially cannot survive when women are making just $3,000 less than men on general is insane. That you think that your $100 extra a week,
man,
it's so much detrimental that
the money is together, sir.
We have to start dealing in reality.
Reality is independence doesn't work.
Cannot even get out of.
Reality is independence does not work.
Is it something? Maybe my mic is glitching. I don't know. But I ain't interrupt not one person because I'm man enough to allow somebody to finish a damn full thought.
We'll do it.
Hopefully you learned the lesson.
We'll do it.
So, and again, this idea that you believe you are saving somebody ain't saving you is insane. Majority of men need their woman so they could be in the middle class. Majority of men are not saving no woman for no damn boulders. Majority of men cannot take their woman out no workforce and take care of everything 100% and then come home and not bring in all these these imaginary dragons that you are slaying in the daytime with these red pills that you say. Matter of fact, a red pill is a goddamn estrogen pill.
I don't think
any goddamn place and do some goddamn workouts.
Are you done, Mr.
Maybe when you come home, maybe when you come home, you won't be so estrogen filled that you got to try to take it on your goddamn. Well, hey, babe, you could be submissive to your goddamn boss, but you don't want to be submissive to the woman that lay next to you, the one that's feeding you, the one got control of your life, the woman that making sure that you got a goddamn neck on your damn head. We can see it. Be submissive to your goddamn wife. What's wrong with you? Stop trying to be so goddamn strong. This is ridiculous. Why you want to be hard on your woman but soft on everybody else?
Okay.
Let your nuts hang on the world and be soft to your woman.
Okay, so we'll just deal with the facts. So I just asked Google because I've already read the study, but are 1 in 2 men in the middle class? You just said most of them are not. And it says, actually, yes, that statement is largely accurate. Data confirms that over half of Black men have successfully achieved middle class status. So yes, we do actually understand what it takes to get there. And we want our women to be able to be there with us instead of single and alone, because that makes life harder. We don't want them in an unhappy, harder lifestyle. We also understand through experience, yes, looking at our mothers and aunties, that independence does not necessarily work. Is it possible? Yes. Is it probable? No. That's the issue. As men, we understand probability, and we cannot look at a problem and say, oh, you might make it, because that's not manly. We have to look at it and try to set people up for actual security. In order for them to be secure, we need to maybe look at the worst case scenario and prepare for that. And that would be that a woman is broke. If she's independent, it's not going to work in an environment where interdependence wins out. That's like trying to put a square peg in a round hole. It doesn't work.
It's simple to just take it, like, try to remove the emotions out of it. If you put a person on a tennis court, one against a pair, that one person is not going to be able to dominate against that pair. And I'm so sorry that you feel, as for whatever reason, society is supposed to now change all of a sudden because women have arrived at new ideas of how life goes. No, it's not that hard to understand. The duration of life requires a significant amount of resources. It's a lot easier to do that as a pair. It just is. There's almost no conglomerate that was built with one person. Just wasn't. No championship team with one person. So this idea that women are, in a lot of ways, deficient in the ability to function like men, just to do something like work 8, 10, 12 hours, 6 days a week. This is facts. Why would you tell them to set themselves on a road that is destined to fail? Because everybody gets older. And I don't get why you covet this idea. You say men have this savior-like mindset. I think you have that for the women. You're setting them up for failure to instruct them to try and forcefully live their life as individuals, with our society not being that way. It's not conducive. And I'll land.
What I'm trying to get men to understand is what you just said, that they need their woman so they could survive in this world. Like you said, you need two people, right? It's like y'all say things and y'all don't understand what y'all saying.
To thrive. You don't need a woman to survive. You need one to thrive.
Sure, if you say so. We know who's deleting themselves more than anybody else, right? And that's usually because they are lonely. So it's usually because they are lonely, right? So they need them. It's a need. I don't know why we trying to act delusional. I thought y'all dealt in facts and truth. But every time we deal in it, y'all want to run around and act like y'all are Superman. You are not. Majority of men cannot maintain their family by themselves. They need a woman to survive. They need a woman to be healthy. No. Majority of men, if they by themselves, they look like they are by themselves. The reason why most men are so-called, they believe that they are more attracted to women when they're married because a woman is taking care of them. Y'all tend to negate that part. Majority of men look raggedy. Y'all would have t-shirts and cargo shorts every goddamn day.
So, to be fair,
what y'all look like?
These men
that y'all see yourselves, y'all out of shape.
These men that you're talking about aren't married to black women.
You out of breath.
Prove it. To be fair, the men that you're talking about aren't married to black women. But as a super nigga myself, yeah, I definitely don't need a woman to survive. I do understand that having one is why I am thriving, but there is nothing about anything in life a man needs a woman for other than her viscous innards. He should want a woman for more than that because women bring so much more value than just their vaginas and throats. However, the only thing that a woman can provide to a man that he will be shunned for paying for is vagina. Everything else, all that shit you're talking about, somebody to wipe our piss off our seats, somebody to be coming home by ourselves, to not having to listen to somebody complaining about us, said piss on our seats, someone to cook our food. We can pay for a therapist. We have our homeboys. They give better advice than women do anyway about men problems. Everything that women bring to a man is something that he can also get from someone somewhere else at oftentimes a higher quality and with a lower barrier of entry. Because when you get it from a woman, you typically have to be in a relationship with her. Then you're responsible for her. And you have to, she's a financial responsibility, a physical, mental, all of those things. And we're not saying that none of those are bad. However, a man should want a woman for the things you said, but a man doesn't need a woman for shit other than procreation.
And listen, any man that goes with that ideology, any woman understands that he does not actually enjoy women. That's the problem that y'all missing. You are telling a woman that she is not human. This goes back to the original thing that Bo was saying earlier. Y'all do not treat women like they're human. Y'all treat them like they are walking vaginas. No woman want to be treated like a walking vagina. It's the same way how men don't want to be treated like walking wallets. But for some reason, y'all miss that. Y'all don't want to listen. Y'all think y'all know better than everybody else just because your clitoris fell out. That does not make you a goddamn leader.
Well, I don't think anybody's made that point tonight. But again, I said that a man should want a woman for all of these things. And for a woman, it's better for a man to want her than it is for him to need her. Because when you want someone, that means you have to intentionally choose that person every day. Needs are obligatory. You niggas need your jobs. I would bet that the majority of y'all don't want them. And if you could do something else and make the same money, you would pick those options. So I would much rather have somebody want me than need me. Because you guys go to work and kiss your boss's ass and then do whatever he tells you when you hate your job. But then come home and the man who's protecting and providing for you, you wanted that nigga to be mad because he left 2-3 drops of piss on the toilet. So we can't sit here and act as if there's no obligation that comes from need, because niggas will lie to you out of obligation. Niggas will lie to you when they need you to feed them. So when a woman actually wants you and when a man actually wants you, that person does what it takes to show you every day that they are choosing you. But it seems like a lot of niggas is too scared to have women who just want them instead of wanting they want to be dependent on them so they can control them. And that's just not the type of ideologies or ideologues that I have for myself, because again, there's not really much that I can't do for myself. I want my woman for all the extra shit she brings to me. I want my woman for how she makes my life easier. But the stuff that my woman is doing, I can pay for. The things that I can't pay for, those are all the things I want her for.
All I'm saying is that when you say that a woman is a vagina, and
that's not what I said. No, this quote me directly. It's not. It was 2 minutes ago.
You got it.
I know.
Let me just play the last bit of this clip, man, so we can exit. Y'all good? The well-being check. You good, Miss Pearl?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm just soaking up the game.
right.
You got a Miss Pac-Man. I don't know how you stay on this panel so long. You got a Miss Pac-Man machine behind you.
It worked too.
Y'all be talking to the back of my head if I had one of them.
I can't play it on the panel. It's rude.
Shit. You know how many nights I've been playing Madden or Call of Duty while we was talking?
Damn.
Multitask.
Delicately, because I was still kind of working through standing 10 toes down on the whole, decenter men and blah, 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 whatever, like enjoying my life the way that it is kind of thing. And now, just based on everything that is happening in the news cycles right now, all of the things that we're hearing and learning about, just in terms of the violence that patriarchy really is responsible for. And it's not even just, not even a choice to, put romantic love on the back burner. In a lot of women's cases, it's our sense of safety.
Life or death.
It really is life or death. I've been accused of being a misandrist a lot. And I'm like, well, that's a cop-out, but whatever. But the difference between a misandrist and a misandrist will take her books and her cats and go off into the forest and say, leave me alone. I don't want anything to do with men. A misogynist will sit in his basement and sign up for a academy and get pointers on how to, kill women or drug them and share tips with other men on a website. That's the difference between misogyny and misandry. Misandry, you get rejected. She doesn't want to have anything to do with men. Misogyny, we risk getting killed. And probably you wonder why we chose the bear. Well, this is the reason why we chose the bear. This is the reason. Everything that's coming out. The amount of women that I am hearing just in this last couple of weeks that have lost their lives, not just to romantic partners, their husbands, the fathers of their children. What? That is terrifying. That is terrifying. Like, everyone's like, oh, you're going to die alone. I'm just like, that might be how I get to an old age, is by being alone. Because when you hear cases like Giselle Pellicott, who was married for 50 years, and for the last 10, her husband was drugging her and allowing men to come in her while she's unconscious. If you cannot trust the husband you've been with for 50 years, who the f- can you trust? That's crazy. It's not an isolated incident. It's not. We are finding out in real time that these are not isolated incidents. Terrifying. And women are responding in kind. Like, dating? No, thank you. I'm going to be at home with my cats, my dogs, my birds, my girlfriends, my TV shows, my work that's fulfilling. I'm going to be at home and pour into the things that pour back into me and try to lessen the risk to my life. I'm like a crime junkie. And there's something called victimology, where when a crime has been committed and somebody has ended up dying or, being, assaulted or whatever, they study victimology. What about the victim's life might have led to these circumstances, unfortunately. And in this day and age, dating, getting on an app, that's it. It could be just that simple. So I'm okay with being called a misandrist if it means I get to stay safe and enjoy my life.
Well, statistically, since the beginning of time, the most dangerous person in a woman's life has been the man who loves her. And so that hasn't changed. And it's terrifying and horrific that we're seeing that now. But these stories and these cases have always been there. Mm-hmm. Before, for a very long time, it wasn't even possible to accuse your husband of
1994, it was legal. It was until 1994, it was legal for your husband to rape you, because your husband can't rape you. Why? Because he owns your body.
And I just want to say as a note that, to me, if you're a man whom is self-aware, whom is healthy, whom has humanist tendencies, feminist, preferably humanist, I can go with that too. Mm-hmm. None of this should be aggravating to you.
If it don't apply, let it fly. That's the phrase. If it don't apply, let it fly. If you're talking disparagingly about, I know, like talking about a woman who, I don't know, like has 4 babies with 4 different baby dads, even though that's her body, her choice. Whatever the conversation is about, I wouldn't be taking offense to whatever's being said, good, bad, or indifferent, because it doesn't have anything to do with the lifestyle I live. I'm always going to be sticking up for women, always, no matter the circumstances, or do my best to do so. But when it comes to men taking offense to what I'm saying, trust and believe there is a large pocket of men that truly understand what I'm saying and they agree with me. Like, I have a lot of male friends. And you know what a lot of them are saying to me right now? Mel, I truly didn't understand. I'm seeing the stories coming out, and has it been this prevalent for a long time? Yes. And it's just like, when you're a 6'5" man, how easy is it to put yourself in the shoes of a 5'2", woman who weighs $130, and just how hyper vigilant she has to be about her safety. It's going to be very difficult for you to try to understand, how she has to walk through the world because of how you have been able to walk through the world with that level of privilege. But a lot of my guy friends are now asking those really deep questions of, maybe I need to be educated a little bit more to understand, things from the female perspective. I thought I knew, but apparently I didn't know as much as I needed to know. I love that. I respect them for saying that so much. And I am willing to teach you. Have a seat. Have a seat. You want a snack? We're gonna be here.
Ms. Pearl, you want to say something? Go ahead.
I do. It's been a minute since I talked, so let me get in there. She said patriarchy was responsible for many of women's problems. I disagree. I don't think it's patriarchy. I think a lot of women are responsible for their problems because they just simply make the wrong choices. Point in case, in fact, there's no way that you can think like a man and act like a lady. That's stupid. Like, the way that you think is going to determine your behavior and the way that you position yourself. I'm just using that as an example, as a way that you can, like, self-induce problems. You're not putting yourself in your own position. You're trying to operate in a man's nature. That's not going to get you too far. It may look like it externally, but it's not going to help you spiritually. Let's move on. She said her sense of safety was threatened. And like one of the last videos, the lady was saying they were waiting on like millions of women was waiting on Melyssa Ford to say, she said, no, the fuck we weren't. You've had plenty of women who told you to keep your legs closed and to go about things the right way. You just didn't listen. Nobody needs Melyssa Ford to tell you to take care of yourself and to delve into self-care. Anywho, a lot of what we're seeing now, these cases of like the crime, the murder, the DV, the rape, especially for these new age people, you just lack social, emotional, and conflict resolution skills. A lot of people just don't know how to deal with those relationship issues. The first thing people want to do in the sign of trouble is use their fists. A lot of the times women will accelerate situations. Shut up, like, stop irritating. And I'm not saying that you're responsible, but a lot of the times you just don't calm down. You exacerbate the issues. Just saying, play your role. Again, I'm not advocating. I would never do that, but shut your ass up and sit down. When she said like dating and getting on apps, again, that's going against the true nature of human connection. You're missing vital points of being one-on-one in somebody's face. Like this whole virtual reality of what real human connection and relationships, that's a delusion. So I wouldn't say that getting on apps is the reason why people are not experiencing great dating. People are not experiencing great dating in relationships because they have not worked on themselves and they just want things that they're not qualified to have. Next. I think for a lot of us, that whole love, honor, and obey, like I keep saying that, like that sounds great on the outside, but it's almost like I want to love, honor, and obey when I want to. It's not what the vows say. Say love, honor, and obey, but I'll leave that there. You don't want to obey, don't be a fucking wife. It's just that simple. When she said, and I'll land it here, when she said, I'm always going to support women, no matter the circumstances, that's a problem for me. Because if women are wrong, we need to hold them accountable and we need to be responsible. Listen, that's no different than a mother saying, oh, well, I'm going to stand by my baby, right, wrong, weak or strong. No, the fuck I'm not. If you do something that's not well, I will call the police and you'll go to jail. Like, it's just that simple. Hold people accountable. Be responsible. Just because we're all women, I'm not a part of a sisterhood and it's no good. Again, a lot of this could be resolved that we were just mature, we were responsible, and we just went about things the right way. I'll land, let somebody else get in
Absolutely not. I'm hiding my baby. We going against the world. I'm hiding my baby. Goddamn it! Right, wrong, and different. We go. I'll be the. If my baby turn out to be Dexter, I'll be Dexter Pops. I'm gonna teach him how to move in the road.
As long as he not doing nothing to no kids, I'm not turning my son in for a motherfucking thing. Absolutely not. Like what? But I mean, listen, that never mind. That's too far. Damn, that was way too far. I was about to take something too far, so I know it was bad. If I think it's too far, I know it's terrible. But yeah, I'm not turning my son in for a motherfucking thing outside of diddling some kids. Like that's the outside that you got to go to jail. I'm sorry, there's no but you think I'm finna turn my son into this Caucasian police system as a no. I'm having a hard time thinking of what he could do to make me want to turn him in. M. White, you good at scenarios?
The only scenario that exists is messing with kids. That's
what I thought. That's the only one.
Or a rapist. If he out here raping people too, I guess like you got a mask when he running around raping people.
Yeah. I mean, I might let the nigga know where he was. I'm just not like I'm not gonna be like he here right now. I'm sorry, kids. But damn, yeah. Because he could be out here, he could be on body number 736. And
I ain't turning me on that.
Yeah, y'all gotta do your fucking job. Sorry. I'm not gonna do it for you.
Yeah. Really like sexual assault. If he out here, even if he out here raping men, just like if you just preying on people to assault them sexually, then I'll turn your ass.
So if your son was
do anybody got anything on what she actually said?
I think it's again is dangerous and it's recruitment. Of course, it's extremely sensitive when it comes to talking about violence and unaliving. And I notice sometimes whenever we have conversations about it, it can turn into a point of trying to defend group image, and it may make it come off as insensitive. But we absolutely have reverence for those that have lost their lives due to that. But it is okay for us to say that is a highly unlikely thing for men. As far as intimate partner homicide, it's like for Black men, it's like 300 cases out of 17.2 million men. So it's not to say that 300 is something that we sneeze at. We want it to be zero, but for her to take her singleness and then try to give it coverage with intimate partner violence that has happened to other people is absolutely abhorrent, because it helps to drive a wedge from other people and develops more fear in people that are listening to her. And that's propagandic, and it's poisonous.
Yeah, I wasn't even going to acknowledge that bullshit, because the small subset of men who even want to fuck an old woman who looks like that while she's drugged is so small, and then the chances of men doing that to it's just like they want to make this infinitesimally small subset of men seem like it's the majority of men, but that's what these wash bitches do. Like they have to, otherwise they can't support the bullshit they're saying. Like if they use any type of logic or common sense, they would know, you know what? I probably shouldn't form my argument based off of this dumb shit, because anybody with common sense is going to be like, you know what? Maybe I could be exposed for the batshit crazy woman I am. Like when she said that, I knew she was nuttier than squirrel shit, because like that's the example she used. And then she put the lady's picture up. Which one?
Really, but what about the goddamn boulder that's hurling at women at 100,000 miles an hour?
But that's not the boulder. So like the boulder that we're talking about is the wall. Like I'm not trying to be funny. All women are gonna hit the wall. I think that women have a 0.00001% chance of being drugged and then pimped out by their partners. Like that's one is inevitable and the other is highly improbable. And she tried to make it seem like it was a common thing, and it's not.
I just think that it is wise for women to be conscious of the dangers of men and partner up with men. As a father of daughters, I'm always going to be able to. I always will be explaining that to my daughters, and any man that is dating my daughter, I will let that man know the extent I'm willing to go to protect something that I love. So at least when he knows he's do something, that something is going to happen to him as well. So this idea that we act as men are safe is wild, and that is real danger. Because in the real world, none of us is going to put our young ladies or the women in our lives without the idea of protecting themselves from men. Put keys in between your fingers, have mace, have all these different, look behind you, have your keys ready to go inside the door. All these factors that we tell our baby girls to be safe is from men. And then to act as if now men are the most safest thing in the world is, I need my brothers to stop being lovers of men and be honest so we can actually move forward. Be honest with what is happening in the world. Because all the stuff that y'all saying on the panel is not what we telling our loved ones.
Shit.
I don't so we got to stop doing this false equivalent thing. Like, for us to state the fact that most men are not that way, it's an actual fact. We provided that. We're not saying that men do not do that. We're not saying that we're not setting up our ladies in our lives to be protected from those things. We're just saying that those are highly unlikely. But we also want to protect them, like Willie said, from what is inevitable. What we're clearly really trying to do is stop the collapse of our community through silly behavior and propaganda. And standing in the way of that to act as if that's not possible, well, that's just counter to production. That's counter to the actual objective of actually moving forward as a community. We have to actually acknowledge that acting as if independence works is like trying to put diesel fuel into a Pontiac. It doesn't make sense.
Go ahead, Bo.
Fuck you, Willie. Here's the thing. Can women do anything right? Do y'all men think women can do anything right?
Yes. I know a lot of women that know how to shut the fuck up, be feminine.
You know what,
and not
Willie?
stress
You know
us
what?
out.
You know what? Shut up, Willie. Go on mute. No.
I know a lot of women that can do that.
Shut up.
You ask. I know a lot of women that are nurturing. I know a lot of women that take care of their man. I know a lot of women that never sold pussy before. I know a lot of women that enjoy cooking for a family. I know a lot of women that prioritize being wives and mothers over than being career ladies and bosses. I know women do a lot of things very, very well. And you know what's common amongst all of those women? They out the way and put the fuck up.
All of those women are not out the way and maybe out the way, but some of them ain't put the fuck up.
Well, you know what? That is true because you're right. I will give you that. But for the majority of the time, you don't see those women having these talking points like Melyssa Ford. They don't get to be 50 and complaining about or asking for accolades for decentering men. Like, yeah. I mean, I have the point that I make all the time. Go look on these huge podcast panels and the women who are driving these conversations. None of them are married to men that are happy. None of them.
I think it's worth noting that she said that she's decentering men, but almost all every time I see her a conversation about men.
It's impossible to decenter men.
I think that what you all are hearing is a response to what men say about her. It's not men. Her conversation is literally her response to people calling her washed up, unhappy. She needs this. So I think if people would leave her alone, maybe they would leave. Because it's this blue chewed up beard nigga in the comments talking about me constantly, and I'm gonna give him the attention that he wants. I can descend to men, but as soon as these washed up, impotent ass, nothing niggas in these comments start talking about me, then I'm gonna start talking about y'all. But
bro, it don't count if it ain't a super chat. Because now you arguing with both niggas.
But the nigga that told me I was too big to fall in the toilet know exactly who he is. You patchy beard, Uncle Steve Urkel glass wearing ass bitch. You know who the fuck you are. So anyway,
I gotta go off camera in solidarity with my brothers because I'm not supposed to laugh at this. I'll be right back.
The point is,
she said that with face before. Like you can tell she from Memphis when he said bitch.
And y'all know I don't normally call men that, but certain men deserve it. And when
hold on, goddamn it, we're not gonna sit here and lie. You definitely call men bitches.
Which ones though?
Well, that's fair. Okay, I'll give you that. That's fair.
You see.
All right.
Every man don't get called a bitch from me. I don't think that most men are bitches, but I do think that certain ones that got the goddamn Steve Urkel ass glasses on do be a bitch sometimes. But
do you know this in real life?
No, not you, Marcus. Hold on, I'm finna.
See, now I'm just not trying to be funny, but you sound like me when I be getting on hyena bitches, but I've actually seen them.
Oh no, I've seen him. I found his page on TikTok.
Damn. Oh, never mind.
Yep, you see? This raggedy, because what the fuck is holding your glasses on? You raggedy bitch. So anyway, point is, if men would leave us alone, we would leave them alone. You see? And he needs some beard oil. He needs some beard conditioner. He needs a grooming. And then he out here begging people to rent him as a boyfriend. You out here collecting money so people can rent you as a boyfriend. Don't nobody want your raggedy ass. So anyway, her response is,
if that's not a clip, JR, I don't know what is.
Huh?
Oh, nothing. Just I just wanted JR to be able to go back and search the chat for the word clip. So in the transition, meaning the transcript, so he could just know where to go for this one specific thing.
Bluetooth.
I'm not coming back on camera until you're done.
Let me get out. Let me mute my. But anyway, yes, my point was she's usually responding. So, I don't agree with everything that Melyssa says, mostly just because, like, I think that mostly I am defending women around my age because I'm going to be 46 in a couple of months. I'm defending us and us being single against men who say some got to be wrong with her if she's single around this time. There is something wrong with the men that we have come across. And sometimes it's our fault, but it's not always our fault. I just want us to be clear about that. I want a quality relationship with someone who likes me and who wants to have fun with me. I thought that dating might get easier. Like when I got divorced, I was like, this is prime time. I'm finna get in therapy because I've recognized my problems. Let me fix this shit. And I'm like, this is the perfect time to date because we're old enough. Our kids have gotten older. We know ourselves. We know what we want. We've been through relationships. This should be easy. And then I got divorced and started dating men and realized that them motherfuckers didn't turn 35 and then 36 and 37. They turned 35 and then them bitches went back to 11 years old. What are y'all doing? Why are you going backwards? So dating got much harder. And I want us to understand that a lot of women my age, it's not our fault. It's men's arrested development sometimes.
I think Bo, you make probably a solid point because the men that are around our age, you guys age and further. Okay. I think that the current state of affairs allows women to explore more options in relationships and make them more dynamic. From all the older men that I've talked to that are 45 plus, 50 plus, they will overwhelmingly tell you that relationships didn't require this much. Their function was to work, come home, not cheat, not beat. Very, very simple. But now we live in a society where even women your age, around that same area, are able now to explore, because this is new. Like women, even emotional intelligence, like whatever that means, that was never a thing. We want men to actually talk to us. That was also never a thing. So I can see why maybe what you're saying is true. If they 45 or so, they probably had a divorce or two, couple kids or two. So they're now in a completely different environment of dating where the women require way more dynamics than they ever did before. I don't think that Go ahead, Willie.
No, go ahead. My bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I guess that's probably something to explore one of these days, to figure out how, or if that's even a fair expectation. Is it a fair expectation?
No.
You're talking about a dinosaur of a man mentally. I don't know if it would go regress to 11 or 12, but I will say that if you've been on the planet 40 something years and then you had a relationship and for whatever reason it didn't work, and now you're trying to do current relationships, even with a woman around your age, you probably going to encounter some things that you're not accustomed to. That's just my opinion.
I know you fucking lying. No, that's not me.
Yes,
that's
it
dude
is.
from Island Love.
Hey, speaking of Mojo Brooks, I think he's the best new comedian to come out in the past 10 years.
I'm going to his show. I was just about to say that. I'm going to his show in August in Austin.
Yeah,
sit in the front row. Sit in the front row.
Crowd work, you can't beat it.
No, I'm not.
What I'm saying is, if you sit in the front row, it's gonna be a bunch of dudes. He gonna set you up. He gonna set you up. You're gonna have 15 dates on the way up out of there. You're gonna be straight.
He might be like, call him.
Oh, you ain't got nobody to call? I'm gonna get you somebody to call. Yeah, Mojo Fire.
Any kids?
I never said that. I said it hadn't been the focal point. I think the narrative online has taken a soundbite in which Melyssa Ford asked me, you can have your pick of the litter in men. How come you haven't tied the knot with anybody, et cetera, et cetera? I said, well, it actually hasn't been the focal point or the center of my life. That was my answer. Nor have kids, because it would obviously take another person that of course I want to be my best friend, that I want to be deeply in love with. But past that, is it functional? Are we financially stable? Is it conducive to my lifestyle right now while I'm hustling? I'm open to all things was my answer. And I think children are beautiful. I just don't think I've ever had the desire to make it the forefront, end all, be all. If it ever becomes technically or biologically too late, there's so many children in the world that need parents. I want to adopt lots of kids, like a rainbow tribe.
Yeah, but then you're going to be a minivan mom if you do a whole tribe.
I mean, when you're financially well off, you got people to help.
That's true.
And I actually do want to be present when it's time. Once I reach my full potential and threshold, okay, the desire might kick in. But I also think that has a lot to do with feeling safe, being understood, making sure that they're a great father. They want to be a father. If you're biologically going to have children, that's as far as what I want.
See, we just need a stream of grandmas.
Well, first of all, Maya is married. She married herself, so there's that. And then, to be in all fairness, Maya has not been a hoe and was never selling pussy. And I would put Maya in like the Nia Long category of older women. That she's a lot further from the wall than fucking Melyssa Ford is. Like, I don't think Maya's, I'm not trying to say black don't crack, but the white part of Melyssa Ford is definitely starting to crack. Maya is far the fuck away from that. Like, far, 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 far. So we couldn't even have this conversation. Shouldn't include her.
That's like Willie giving out pass.
Yeah, I think
Tracy Ellis Ross though. I mean, we can pull her in if you just wanted Another somebody that's trying to run through the wall.
Yeah, I think Maya is still fine, and she got an energy. It don't really make sense to me why she don't got a man. Like, I honestly don't get it unless she has an expectation that just
She just explained it right there. I think she beats niggas. I ain't gonna hold you.
You think so?
I think that she beats. I think she will beat a nigga ass.
Huh.
I'm talking about like karate style beat up, not like fist fight. Like she kicking niggas.
Why do you get that? How do you get that?
Because she's a dancer and a gymnast, and like she works
Hey,
out.
Willie, I think a lot of men don't understand that life is easier for a woman without a man in her life. I think I just don't understand that.
I don't think women think that either, unless they're ugly or big.
They absolutely understand their life is much easier without a man. Simple.
Okay.
Life is simple when you don't have to worry about somebody else.
I didn't know this. I didn't. So
why
you
do
said
they
she-
complain
you said
about
she married
certain-
herself and she makes songs like this? Okay, then it does make sense. I didn't know this. I be seeing her like in passing. I'm not no big Maya fan. I always thought she was attractive, and the energy that I would see from her saying like it was smooth. But if she is that self-involved, then it makes perfect sense.
It's
You
always
can't,
an exception to the rule.
Yeah. So, sometimes I watch how people interact, and I'll be like, with other people who tend to be in relationships habitually tend to be in relationships because they kind of like have energy that always kind of understands kind of a version of compromise and how to partner up with somebody. Then there are people who habitually be single, and they're very combative, damn near with anybody and everybody you speak to. And I just wasn't getting that from her. But if she's that self-involved, then that would make sense.
Yeah. So yeah, nobody got shit to say about mine. That just proves my point.
Look,
that proves my point.
We don't want to go in on Maya, but because she's so likable. But
she didn't say that.
I think she left some breadcrumbs there when because I listen a lot of time for the word lifestyle. Conducive to my lifestyle. That means that I'm not willing to change anything about what I got going on in order to have a man, meaning my bread, my paper, how I keep it is worth more than being in a relationship. And quite frankly, if you're able to say that, then you're technically not even qualified for a relationship.
Yeah, I heard that too. I heard that aspect too. Because she said something about being financially stable, but then in the same sentence said she was so wealthy that she could have a family, a minivan full of people. So I wasn't sure was she saying she needed a man that had.
She would need a man to have a child, but that's why I'm saying it doesn't apply because Maya is rich. Melyssa Ford is not.
Is she rich?
Maya is set for the rest of her and her grandkids' life.
Because
her music catalog, all her writing credits that she's done, all the songs she's written for people, like she quit singing herself, but she didn't stop working. Like Maya is not hurting. I would bet that Melyssa Ford is hurting when she lost that Patreon money.
They said that her net worth, based off, is $4 million.
We quit googling people's net worths like during COVID because that shit has been way off. If it looked at you looked at Chris Brown's last year, it said he was worth $12 million, and we just should be able to infer that's not being true.
How are they calculating what assets versus expenses and liabilities?
No, they calculate it based on what's been reported by other news articles. Google doesn't do any research of somebody. Forbes, all of those types of publications will, but Google just is an amalgamation of what they see on the internet.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not.
Chris Brown is estimating net worth between 50 to 100 million.
Yeah, see, that's a big ass range. Last year it was 12 million. Like, it's not a. You think Chris Brown was only worth 12 million last year?
What'd you say, Lakeith?
Oh, I was saying, Fresh. So do you think that when she said that her lifestyle is not conducive, pretty much about to having kids, do you think that's kind of selfish?
I mean, yeah. I mean, really, to be honest with you, I think that too much abundance is not good, especially for ladies, because you're not always tasked to use the abundance as protection and a means for others in a family that you're building. Naturally, for guys, when we get money, the first thing that we're thinking about is how do we build a family with this, right? That's the way we think with abundance. So when you have abundance, but you're not necessarily tasked with a responsibility to manage it naturally, you tend to just play. And the ladies that we see in these conversations that we're talking about, they played around until they didn't have any more time to play. And so now they just have their money. And they need to get on podcasts to have conversations, because even with that money, they still need somebody to talk to. They still need other people to recruit to be in their cauldron. Whereas when you have a family, like I DJed in the clubs for a long time. When folks get a family, you don't see them no more. You don't even see them on social media no more, because they're too busy being in their family. When you need some attention, you busy on social media all the time.
I agree with that. We used to be out every night. I disappeared from the club and
right.
I completely disappeared. We went to the event with Hemp, and I seen one of the girls I know from the club. She go tell my wife, "What did you do? I ain't seen this nigga in 7 years." Yeah, I got kids and everything. You don't even know I could be having kids. That shit is real. What you saying?
Yeah,
we used to be out every night getting it in, yo.
I only ask that fresh because a lot of times people say that women, we never would experience real love until we have kids. So that's why I was thinking, like, so I was kind of like her. I was like, well, I could just adopt, kids if I didn't have any of my own. But I hear that a lot, that if you don't have kids of your own, you never really experience love like that unless you have kids.
I couldn't speak to.
Don't believe that bullshit. Don't believe that bullshit.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's not true. I'm a teacher to thousands of kids. Like a lot of them, I have a greater connection with them than their own parents. And I've said that before because I spent so much time with them. I had parents come up there and say, "My kid is scared of you, and they don't give a damn what I say." Like, so don't think that for real. It's all about your influence and how much you pour into the child. It's had nothing to do with genetics at all.
Let me ask y'all this: is there any man or brother that y'all would devote y'all entire life to and spend all your money on? Like your boyfriend, husband, or a brother or family member? You would just devote your life to making sure everything you do is about them?
Yeah, absolutely. That's normally how it starts. You take that same love for your father and your brothers and you just transcend it to your man and then your children. Like
Okay.
Y'all said it before. If you ain't got a good relationship with the men in your family, then something going on. I absolutely would devote myself to them. Why not? What are we doing here?
Miss Pearl, I substitute teach, and I think for somebody that don't have kids, that's like a void that it fills. I substitute teach elementary school, and the fulfillment I get when the kids like, Miss C, you coming out class today? They want to hug you and love on you and hug you every day. Like that's you know what I mean? That's different.
Hey, if you believe that's how your own children are gonna treat you, then you're sadly mistaken. Your children are designed to challenge you every step of the way. Those other kids, they're gonna love you. They're gonna think you cool. Your own kids, he's gonna think you lame. They're gonna think they know better than you. They're gonna challenge your every thought. It is a completely different. So don't believe just because you have your own that you're gonna experience that same experience that you did as a teacher. It ain't even close. Your children gonna put you through stress. See this grades? It's children. God damn it.
That come with old age.
Let me say this.
Go ahead, Bo.
I was just gonna say, better to have your child here and stress you out than to lose them. So I just want everybody to be very grateful for their gray hairs and all of the stress that their children cause them, because some of us don't have some of us are not blessed enough to have experienced that. So I just want you to be grateful for that. That's all. And go hug them for me, because some of us can't do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go hug my daughter right now because y'all making it all sentimental. That little terrorist, I'm gonna go hug her just because you have a
That's
very
fair.
good point.
That's fair.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
I don't think she said nothing else, though, really. She probably did, but is there anything left on there?
And I think I understand the frustration that men are experiencing when they are constantly being told that they're bad, they're unimportant, because women experience this for centuries. Women are too emotional, not equipped to get a bank account, not equipped to be in the workforce, not equipped to make decisions, way too hysterical. So these massive labels that were placed on us that limited us in some very real ways, because men have the power over women and have had the power of women for as long as this country has existed, we have experienced that. So in not wanting to recreate that same fault, because I'm going to say hegemonic men or men in general who subscribe to the idea of masculinity, where it's about economic power, status, and it's two ranges of emotions you're allowed to experience, which is apathy, nothing at all, or aggression. And this type of man is crisis prone.
Yes.
This type of man is a walking time bomb.
Yes.
And that is the kind of man whom, one, often is in places of power and stature.
Yeah.
So probably the ones who are pursuing you. Two, they tend to be the ones who are the loudest. They tend to be the leaders. That's why patriarchy exists, because this system of man is not good for their own mental health, for the safety of themselves or others, but it is good for dominance. And that's why they end up being the president of our country. So these type of men tend to be in position of power. They tend to be loud. And then even men who are not necessarily hegemonic in thinking tend to try to emulate those men because it appears they have everything that they would want. But those men don't.
Yeah.
So the idea that this kind of man is the man that we should be looking to, or the high value man, is the problem in itself.
It is ridiculous. I don't know where you have to get to in a point in your life where you understand that none of that matters. Of course.
You know where you have to go? To a park.
When
When you see the
dick.
but when you see the kind of men who are fathering children, when you go to a workplace and you see the kind of men who are there in likely positions of cooperation, not always positions of power, but who are liked in the workplace, who have a network of friendships. When you go to a girlfriend's dinner party and you see who the boyfriends are, then you're like, the kind of man that we're marketed and told that we have to be is not the kind of man getting the things that I actually genuinely want in life. So I think that there is a shift happening. And for men who are online, which on YouTube, it tends to be more male viewers than women viewers, because men are lonelier, they have more free time. And men are desperately looking for companionship. They're looking for guidance, and they don't have a lot of men who are doing that for them.
Why are they looking at each other to like figure it out? Like it's it really is. No, it's the dumb leading the blind.
It's the dumb leading the blind, but women should look to women for support because we understand what it's like to be 5'2", walking around, like
But
our
we
level of
do.
but we do, and we
Yeah.
do it well.
Yes, we
And
do.
there's much you can learn when you stop hating that system and start actually reflecting on why it's working so well. And that's what I would just say to any man who is not hegemonic, who is supporting or trying to defend this system, take a closer look.
Yeah.
This is not all it's cracked up to be. And it actually never was.
This is where the accountability kind of comes into understanding, okay, so maybe patriarchy hasn't worked out for me as well as it have. Maybe my long-held beliefs need to be challenged. And if I don't know how to do that on my own, maybe I need a professional therapist to help me work through all of these things. If I'm depressed and I'm isolating myself, well, that's probably not the best thing that you could do for depression, is isolating yourself and feeling like you have nobody to talk to, and feeling like, I can't tell my friends this. Why? Because our conversations are very surface level. Where's the deep level discussions where you can feel vulnerable in front of this man and feel like you've got a connection to somebody who can actually commiserate with you? That's really important. Commiseration is really, really important. It's not like, oh, everybody loves, everybody loving misery. It's just sometimes you have to get to that point where you have somebody where you can have those kinds of discussions with women. This is just what we do. We do it so naturally with each other. Men have to get to that point. When we talk about masculine
these witches, man.
Yeah, this is
these
go ahead, True.
man,
Go ahead, True.
this is what I don't like about these types of women, right? Okay, if y'all smart enough, I'm pretty sure you caught it. They can only digest and receive the men that they can ultimately control. Everything that they're spewing just sounds to me like they are trying to soften what is natural to most men. And it is very natural for most men to explore themselves in a way that they are dominant. Dominant does not necessarily mean dangerous necessarily, but to take away from the pursuit of aligning with your masculinity should be okay. As we've been trying to even explore that women want to explore certain avenues and whatnot. What is always interesting, I see you, Bo. What's always interesting is that they use this credit card and bank account example. All feminists do this crap, right? And they completely eliminate the fact that credit cards are not a male or female thing. They're a very new concept for most people because even men did not have credit cards until mid-century. So I don't understand this idea. On one hand, you want there to not be a certain place of power, but then you utilize things that represent power, like bank accounts and the ability to purchase, real estate and the ability to have your autonomy or whatever. So there's a lot of conflating contradictions in the narrative these witches are painting, and they do this a lot. We are not designed. I'm sorry, ladies. We're not designed to succumb to you the way you think we are. Whether y'all believe it or not, we are very much the leaders of this world. Now, that does not mean that we don't align and collaborate. But men were put on this earth to do what men are doing. And I think that the men that do it incorrectly, dangerously, toxically get too much attention. But we never take into account that most men are not carrying on this barbaric type of approach to living their lives. That's just not the typical man's agenda. But I see Bo making the expressions. I would love to hear her feedback.
I would just like to say, because listen, it's a lot of stuff that y'all say that I'm like, I cannot relate. So I am apparently not like a lot of women. Clearly, because the way y'all talk about women, I'm like, I can't relate to none of that. I want y'all to understand that y'all are not the typical men. Like, True, you're not the typical man. You know how I can have a conversation with you? I can ask you a question and you answer it honestly, and you don't ask me questions for like a gotcha moment so you can just make me look stupid. You're not the typical man. So let me tell you something. These men are barbaric. They gonna take your submission by hook or by crook, and it's mostly by crook. I'm just saying.
So you're saying this is overwhelmingly most men are that way?
Most men want to be like the men that they think are powerful and alluring to women. That men have made this thing up in their mind, what that man looks like, what that man acts like, and they perform masculinity. They perform being powerful. And yes, and those men that are performing this masculinity, not men who are true to themselves, not men who are just inherent leaders, the men who are just performing and putting this mask on, putting this suit on of being a man. Underneath that man suit, they are insecure, incompetent people who are going to beat women down so that they can stand over them and be like, I'm your leader. That's what they do. Absolutely. But I wanted to ask you a question. What do you think? Hold on. What was the question? Because you said something. Oh, so when you first started you said something about which I can't even remember. This fucking menopause brain. I'm gonna remember it in a minute.
He called them witches. That's what he said at first.
What?
He said these witches. He said these witches or something.
Witches?
Absolutely.
He did. No, he said. I'm gonna go back and listen. Hold on. I'm gonna go back and listen to it, and then I'll be back because I want to ask you a question. It was something very important.
Was it witches or heifers?
I said witches. I said it a couple times.
Listen, man.
Yeah, heifers was last week. They transferred from cows to flying on broomsticks. They graduated.
I like the word heifers, but it just don't flow off of me like that. I can't. I ain't got it. But if you 5'2",
that also goes to the dehumanizing a woman, right? Heifers, witches, right? Instead of calling them what they are.
I'm sure
that's what I'm saying. That hey, pay attention to your words.
If you don't like being 5'2" and walking around and feeling, uneasy, recognize reality and get you a man. Yeah, it's that simple.
All right.
We don't live in a perfect world where you're always going to be safe just because you are, the weaker vessel than a man. You need to be able to manipulate the environment with somebody else so you can feel more safe. Now, quite frankly, with her, I think I get what she's doing now. She's completely given up on the idea that she will get the kind of dude that she actually wants. So she's decided to talk about those men in a way that she knows she has no chance with them, especially a man that has sense and money, because the way that she is behaving on this show, if she was to do that with the man that she actually wants, it would run counter to what men actually want, and that is peace and respect. So she's essentially just throwing in a towel. She's being subbed out, and she recognizes it. And on the way out, she's going to throw a grenade. But the last thing I wanted to say is, if there were no problems that they didn't want to talk about, but they want to constantly. Oh, this is what I want to say based on what True was talking about. True was kind of getting confused at the reason that they were constantly talking about problems, and it's because their conversations don't exist without them. They must have a problem or else there's nothing to talk about. So you create a labyrinth, a maze of its own self, so that way you could constantly come up with something to complain about, so you constantly have something to talk about. And an easy way to do that is to complain about not having equality. But the thing about the equality is they want it, but at the same time, they want to be protected from it. So as long as you want equality, you can complain about it. But when you get it, you can actually say that's not fair. So they'll never run out of things to talk about or complain about. And so that's what she's relegated herself to just being in the complaining section, which is like being subbed out in the game and going to the bench.
Bo, what's your question? Oh, yeah.
Go ahead, Bo.
Okay. You said that women want to control men. Okay, what does that mean?
I think inherently in every woman, you guys are designed to dismantle what you can't ultimately control. So even the appeal of singularity is a state of control. It is to say that I do not have to arrive at sharing my space, as sharing my energy or anything. That is a state of control. Nothing wrong with that, because humans alike, we do have that. But I think in women, it's more pronounced. So basically, when you guys, and I've said this, a woman around a man, she defaults to secondary. That doesn't mean less valuable. It just is the way that the design is. So the only way I think these women, like the witches I was referring to, they're now trying to attack what is natural for us. our natural state is leader. Our natural state is leader, especially in a relationship capacity. So when they're saying like, well, don't be like this type of men, don't be the dangerous, the combative, you know, they can only receive men who show up like male looking, but are, for lack of a better term, the yes men. And I think that their agenda is overwhelmingly, I think their agenda is overwhelmingly trying to push that it is okay. Like, I'll tell you something real quick and I'll pass it. I never seen men walking around holding women's purses. And now that's like a thing. Like, young boys do it too. They be at the mall and they carry these women's purses. It is the most aggravating thing for me to see, because I'm like, why are you carrying her purse?
Because it's heavy.
Then bring a smaller purse, or don't bring a purse at all. Like, you know, so but I understand. But again, I would consider myself very masculine. I would instruct my woman, look, if you can't haul it, don't bring it, because you're not about to task me with carrying it. And so I think that these type of women are the ones that are very much saying, look, you can be male when it benefits us, but how dare you assert yourself for your natural state? How dare you be who God created you to be? And so, yes, I think women at the depth of them are working overtime to control, diminish, minimize, and remove the very value that every man innately has.
But at the same time, they will then naturally say, that's what I'm attracted to. I want a man to take me and shake me. I want a man to show me, blah, 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 blah. They will only ask for something, and then when they get it, complain about it, because they want to be able to keep complaining about stuff.
Hey, my bad, JR, I gotta drop and go be a daddy. Bo done guilt tripped me into going to be a girl dad for a minute. So I'll catch you niggas next Thursday.
All right, just so y'all know, we about to close out in like 5 minutes, so I'll go ahead.
Y'all be safe.
All right, well, appreciate you.
Well, I got one question before we close out. I was raised that men shouldn't be touching purses, never carrying a purse, but we really shouldn't even be touching a woman's purse. But Sherrod, I see you made a face when you said that. Why did you make that face?
Because they literally got a genre of man purses. Men are going out there and buying their own purse.
Hey, we don't co-sign that shit neither.
No, we ain't co-sign today. We ain't co-sign.
Oh shit, that's awesome. But what I would say to that, oh man, this is the problem solving part, right? So you should probably carry a book bag, and she got to carry so much things that her purse is that heavy. I don't know what kind of car these people are driving that your girl's purse is that heavy that she needs somebody else. It's just a wild thing to hear of. I don't even understand it neither with the whole purse holder. I mean, if you trying to change your clothes into a store, okay, I could understand it for that simple hack of, hey, I got too many bags in my hand. I just want to grab this. I will hold something for you.
With some food.
Right. You know what I'm saying? I could understand it that, all right, let me just grab this and I hold all these bags. But otherwise than that, I'm holding my wife's purse walking through the mall is ridiculous to me. That sounds insane to me.
This is happening every day, bro. Every day I'm seeing it. It's wild.
But also, I think it's interesting that the men's idea of control that women do is funny. So like what Freshmaker said, when a woman says, I want a man to do X, Y, and Z to me, he don't think that is control. She says, hey, I'm choosing this man because I want him to do this, 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 and this, and this. And he don't look at that as control.
No, yeah, that is. That so they will request it, but when it doesn't suit them, they can complain about it. It's called winning.
No, you missed what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
That woman is controlling that man.
Because she requests that kind of man?
Yes.
But if he's already like that,
that's your ego telling you that.
So he's not the aggressive kind of man that she's attracted to. He becomes that because that particular woman made him that way?
No, men that think that they're aggressive believe that they are in control of the woman. But she is controlling you. She says, I want you to be a thug. You gonna let that? You see what happened to Will Smith? Get that look? She controlled his ass.
But I mean, that's Will Smith.
So so what I'm saying is that, like, Y'all don't even understand that y'all doing double-minded talk. The very thing that y'all are, listen, you want to listen to a woman when she tells you something where it makes it seem like you in control. Then that's when you want to listen to her. I told you I want you to do it this way, grab my neck this way, scream at me this way, do X, Y, Z. When it seems like you're in control, all of a sudden the woman can control you. But when she say, hey, I just want you to listen to me so we can have a understanding of what I'm feeling in the moment, that's the kind, oh no, you're trying to control me. It's insane to me.
I can see your point, but that's not what I was saying. What I was saying is that I think that women's natural state is to diminish the very gift that is masculinity. And men are in a leadership position. For whatever reason, they don't like it. And so I think that they're working overtime to do so. And then the sexual exchange, I get your point, but even outside the bedroom, this is not a thing that just happens amongst sex. This is just the female agenda, generally speaking. They are working overtime to remove our prevalence, period, across every policy that they're driving, across all new social norms. This is just the spirit in the land. And that's what I've observed.
Sharon, do you think that, because I know you be on a panel with that the request of women from the panels that you be on, does it seem like they want men to be more like submissive to them, or they want them to be more productive leaders? What is the general?
They want understanding, not a goddamn PowerPoint presentation on how she should feel according to him.
Okay, so if you had to break it down, are they asking for more like submissive egalitarian relationships, or are they asking for more productive leaders?
They are looking to be in a partnership, meaning that she controls her side and he controls his side. So they meet and understand each other. It's not egalitarian in the sense of that he don't have no say so in the relationship. It's just she needs to understand, because there's a lot of things that my wife do that I ain't gonna say nothing about, because I don't give a damn about what we eating tonight. Whatever she cooks, I'm gonna eat it. I'm not gonna come here, oh damn, you cook chicken, I wanted a duck. That's stupid. Just like if I come home and for whatever reason I was making 100,000, now I'm making 80,000. I don't want her to come to me and tell me anything. What happened to that other 20? I'm working on it. God damn it!
I think to answer your question, Marcus. She
got her responsibility. I ain't gonna be questioning her responsibility as long as it's getting done. And those question mine when I'm getting mine done. If I fall short every once in a while, hey, I figure it out. If she falls short, if I had to eat chicken twice, I ate chicken twice.
I think, Marcus, to answer your question, I think they are asking for more productive leadership, but I think that the disconnect from what I observe is that, generally speaking, women assume leadership is the way they can, again, digest it. They can appeal to leadership when it's flawless, generally speaking, but they fail to know how leadership can also fail and still remain in leadership. Meaning that if I devise a plan, even in this relationship, and I say, let's do this, and it does not work out, and that may happen a handful of times. If we're looking at the duration of a lifetime, don't judge me off of a few mishaps. Judge me off of consistency. So I think that's what happens a lot of times, and that's what keeps our relationship, especially in this community, not functioning, because the women are like, if I can't depend on you to be almost flawless, we're gonna have a problem, because leadership is not perfect.
So hold on, let me ask. True, do you think, because this is what I was trying to get to the crux of, do you believe that women would want to do away completely with hierarchy in any way of class, gender, race, any type of hierarchy, and just operate in an egalitarian? There are no gender roles, there are no leader, submissive. It's just partnerships, pure partnerships. Do you think that they want that, and do you think that that's what they're advocating for, and are those things different?
Yeah, I think that in there, I do believe that that's what they want. I think it's idealistic. I think that it's one of those things that we know that'll fail epically, but yeah, I think in their mind, the way this will work best is if everything is equally distributed and it's balanced. But yeah, that just seems to be the driving force, because there's something in their mind that has arrived at the way things have worked don't work. The way we're doing it is not proficient. So yeah, I think they want to do away.
Could a woman on the panel answer the question as well? What y'all think, in your opinion, from your perspective, and from what you see from other women? Do you understand the question? If not, I can repeat it. Or I know it's been a minute.
Repeat it.
So
never mind. I was going to answer because you asked if they prefer productive leadership versus submissive egalitarian. Is that what you were asking?
Well, a more egalitarian where there's no leadership, submissive. It's more. There's no hierarchy, gender hierarchy. No hierarchy whatsoever. Whether it be money, gender, anything. It's just we egalitarian, and it's just a pure partnership. There is no gender role, no masculinity that is performative or any other way. It's just we both humans in a relationship and we move forward.
That sounds good if you want to like deconstruct social or like constructed consciousness from what the lady was saying from a hegemonic standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
My God, like that's going back to what True was saying. It sounds idealistic, right? It's going to take a lot to get there. From the basis, for me, the perspective that I'm getting, my perspective is I think that this is just in my general opinion, I think that they're asking for more productive leadership. I don't think it's about egalitarianism. If anything, I think the conversation has moved from equality to like discretionary equity. I ain't got time for that. Because like I say, your relationships get subjective. And I said that before, every relationship is not going to look alike. We all got equality. Everybody can have a relationship. Whoop-de-doo. But when you get into those relationships, everybody is not going to look the same. We all want the same love and respect and on. Great. But the way you're set up and the way your person is set up is going to look different. That's not a right or wrong thing. As far as productive leadership, I think a lot of men have been doing what they've been doing. They have been leading. I just think a lot of women are unrealistic in terms of what they want the leadership to look like. And I've said that before, that whole thinking like a man, acting like a man, moving like a man. Now you in a man's space and now y'all fighting for that position. It's not yours. Give him his toy back. Go your ass. Gotta go find you something else to do because that ain't your role, baby girl. And I'm just saying, like, and then we try to switch it and conflate it with it being, that is what it is. You in somebody else's space. It's just that simple. And men have said that already. Just like we say we want them to listen to us, we have to listen to them. They already told you that before. And I've heard men on plenty of platforms say that same thing. And I make an analogy like, if I'm in a sandbox, why she want to come to the sandbox? If I'm in a living room, why she in the living room? It's a big ass house, but you want to clean where I clean. You want to be where I be, when you need to find your own space and get out of my face. I love you, but you got your own place. I don't think it's a problem with the leadership. I think women are trying to be the leaders, period. And you trying to conflate we want it to be equal. That's because you want to take his leadership role. That's what True was saying. You want to remove his leadership role and y'all just be on the same level. Get that ass out of here. It ain't gonna work like that because your world ain't set up like that. It's just not. That's where the hegemony comes in there. But you can keep thinking idealistically or idealistically. Yeah, that's what we all want. That's what we say. But that ain't the game that we're playing. That's not the system that we're under. You understand that? So ain't no egalitarianism because it's been born off of white supremacy. So we can talk that all day long, go around and around and around and around. We can all kumbaya right now. We still have to face the hegemony and the constructed consciousness that has adopted us, white supremacy. So it ain't about us being at the same level because we'll never be at that same. But again, beat me up if you want to. I don't care. You can get in the ring and do your thing. I said what I said. Women need to stop trying to be in the same spaces as men and find their own space. And if anything, reimagine what that looks like. Don't reimagine what you want the man to look like. Reimagine what you gonna look like. I'll drop it for the night.
All right. Go ahead, Bo.
So, True, you mentioned women trying to take men's power away. Okay. What does that look like? What do you mean?
I think that it's going to be an overwhelming clamoring of propagandized thought, and it's going to challenge what is already structurally existent. So it'll have men start to question, am I being too rough? Am I being too aggressive? Am I being too, overbearing? And in some cases, that's healthy. But I think the way they do it, and if you really watch, they're strategic. They'll tell you this is bad, and they'll use hyperbolic examples like the man who is selling his wife off and drugging her. So it's a strategic. And this is, in a sense, I'll just say it, it's very demonic. I'm going to go ahead and drop little thoughts, and I'm going to continue to tell you why you're inadequate and you need to do this way because I, as woman, know better. So, yeah.
Yeah, can I add to that, Bo, to his because I get what he's saying. I think like manipulation of a collective gender perspective and its effeminization of men and the removal of masculinity as an acceptable practice is kind of what that would look like.
So, okay. I'm going to validate what y'all are saying because I'm not a man. But what I will say is, I don't think that in social or political spaces that it is wrong for women to want to push for more power and more say-so over their lives. Now, that's not the same as personal relationships. You get in your house, things may work different. However, social and political spaces, women absolutely should have equal say-so. We should be leaders in those spaces, mostly just because we exist in those spaces and we have to live on this planet. What you do in your personal relationship is something different. Let me tell you something. If a man is in my household, that man is going to be the head of that household. That is in my household. But when we are talking about social and political spaces, yes, we should be, because we are all human. Men do not know all. Men cannot say how all things should go, because women live in this world too, and men do not know what women need inherently. We are two different people. We should have leadership in social and political spaces because our needs are different than yours. So
I think we have acknowledged. No, I think we've acknowledged that. And in my opinion, most of the social push for things that you guys need, to your point, are happening because we are listening. You know, the collective group of men in power who push policy is because the women influence. I wasn't so much spending time there. I agree with you. But I don't see a world where that has not always catered to you guys' advancement of privilege. Oh, in a sense, I'm not saying things have not occurred. I'm saying that if you look at the progression of humanity, men are always striving to improve things for women's benefit, not for their disadvantage. You don't think so?
Not even a little bit. That goes back to my point earlier when I was saying men think that they know what women need without consulting with women and what they need. Men push what they think we need on us instead of just leaving us the fuck alone to make our own decisions. The policies that they're pushing are not for our benefit. The things that they are doing are not for our benefit. It is what they think we need. And it is not, and it is harming us, because a person who does not have a uterus should not be saying what should happen to that uterus. You have a prostate and you got a dick. You do not have to bear children. You do not have to do any of that. But somehow, some way, they are making legislation for us. So that's what I mean. But, and you can see it play out. These men think that they know what the world needs. These rich men think that they know what poor people need. And because of that, they are harming us. It's kind of the same thing.
I think definitely for the sake of time, but I'll try to answer that in concise. I hear what you're saying, and I think I know what you're referring to. And that's the thing, is a very isolated thing. What I try to do is, when I look at the world, I look at a collective. There's one particular policy, or a few of them, structure within a family law that I don't see women working overtime to eradicate, because it overwhelmingly benefits them. And so it's like two sides of the same coin, is that those policies were also made by men, not by women. And it overwhelmingly benefits women, to where the demise of relationships, no fault divorce is even one of those policies as well. This was to assist in the demise of a relationship for the benefit of women, not men. So what I think, there's always room for improvement, but overwhelmingly, again, I guess I just don't see it. You know, you have representation in politics, you have representation in commerce, You have representation in manufacturing. You overwhelmingly drive the commercialization of almost every element when it comes to a product being pushed. They don't readily advertise this stuff to men. They advertise it to the women and then the household of women and so on and so forth. So that's where it's confusing for me to see the world as it is, because women have a lot of influence when it comes to what will occur. Overwhelmingly, you guys represent half of the population. You don't think so? Okay.
Right.
I may be misinformed. I don't know.
No. You're not wrong. I'm not telling everything that you said is absolutely correct. But you are just missing one thing. You are thinking that they are doing this for us, to benefit us. None of these decisions benefit women. It benefits capitalism. None of these things benefit us. These decisions were not made to benefit us. Our representation is unequal. It's unequitable. If we are half the population, then why don't we have half the representation? What I'm saying is everything that you just said, no fault divorce, child support, all of that, you think that they are making these laws to benefit women and for the detriment of relationships. They are doing that for capitalism. The more single women, the more money we spend. The reason why you think we have all of this power and we direct all of this stuff, it is because we spend money and they want us to keep spending money. None of this is for our benefit. It is for capitalism. Not about women. It's never been about women. Just like slavery ending was never about Black people. It was about capitalism. The end of the women entering the workforce was never about women. It was about capitalism. I want us to understand we are pointing fingers the wrong way. It's not us. It's capitalism that broke us. I'm just saying.
Goddamn, Bo, that was boss.
You was just pointing it the wrong way. Yeah.
Shout out to that beautiful woman right there. You mean to tell me she can't lead some man right now?
No.
Bro can absolutely lead one of these men into the right place. Are you crazy?
We literally wait.
Hey, look, hold on, Doc. Look, all I'm saying is this: what should lead a relationship is logic. Whoever got the most logical thing going on is being said at the time. That's what should lead your relationship. If me and Bo's with each other, she come up with something logical, I'm not gonna go against it just because she came up with it and she's a woman. That's ridiculous. If it's logical, go with it. Simple.
I think that.
Look, go ahead. You go ahead.
No, I was gonna say a lot of times I don't think women want to be led. I think that a lot of times the trust, it has to be trust for you guys to lead us, right? I don't think women just gonna blindly be like, I'll go here, right? Just like you say you wouldn't lead us off a cliff, we don't want to go off that cliff. So, some of the questions is this, like, does his actions, match his words? Do he make sound decisions, consistently? Do he take responsibility when things go wrong? Do he consider my well-being when he be making those decisions? Does he welcome my input, even though he still makes the final call? I think some of those questions runs in our head at the moment when you guys are about to make a decision. But a lot of times, like Bo said, sometimes y'all don't listen to us. You know what I mean? Because it's like, I'm the man. What I say, go do what I say. But somebody like me and probably all the women on the spot, I'm like, bro, that don't even make sense. Like, not saying that what you're saying don't make sense, but if your leadership, if we don't trust that you're going to lead us, then we're not going. That happens a lot. Go ahead, True.
I know I touched on that. No, I appreciate you saying that. I touched on that. You out, Sean? Okay. I touched on that, and I agree. And that's to me is the biggest problem, is that it requires the trust, it requires the bond, it requires the track record. And I said this earlier in the broadcast. If you give that person time, they'll show you a lot of things if you're willing to give them the time, but you also have to understand that they're fallible as well. Sometimes I think in the mind of women, leadership in their mind is flawlessness, it's perfection. That's just not a fair thing. I would argue you need to look at that man and watch what he's produced over a significant amount of time. And I'm gonna say this, it may sound mean. I don't know if women like numbers that much. If he is 90% of the time sufficient, 90% should be adequate. But for whatever reason, that 10% is what Bob. Yeah, thank you. I think that 10% is what aggravates women, and then all they need is a percent. They don't even need 10. Give him a percent, and now he's not trustworthy. He don't know how to do this right.
Men's egos too in a play, like, how dare you not listen to me? Even though what I say don't make no goddamn sense. How dare you not listen to me because I am the man? And I don't think that y'all consider us, like mainly Bo's thing this whole night. Y'all don't even consider us because you're the man and what you say should go. And that's how you get she too independent. She don't like to listen. She this and she that. But please, somebody come rescue me. I would love to be led. Please.
I
think I be somebody that can lead with actions. Here I am still.
I think that's a great question, and maybe JR, we can consider it when we do listen to you and your decisions that we listen to or fail. Then what? Who's gonna do the cleanup? Who's gonna hold the responsibility? I'm just
listen. No,
for the sake of time.
Action, right? I'm just saying, listen to. Let's say we have two different suggestions. I'm not saying necessarily what I say has to go. I'm saying just hear me out. I'm saying just be open to maybe we shouldn't go down this way, True. Maybe we should go that way. Maybe I have seen something that you might not have seen. But because I'm a woman, you expect me to just be like, okay, True, let's go left. Knowing damn well I just saw, you know what I'm saying? We pushing in the sundown town because I already know. You know what I'm saying? But you don't listen because you the man. Now we about to get effed up. You know what I'm saying? So we just asking for you to just listen a little more. That's it. Just I'm gonna still listen to you unless our lives are in danger, or you know what I'm saying? It's unethical. But still, we just need y'all to just listen to us sometimes. Just
who has the final say so, Keisha?
You said what?
Who has the final say so?
You do, unless we about to die. I'm not, you're not driving me off this cliff. I'm sorry. Like, you can go by yourself. You're not driving me off the cliff.
Sometimes the cliff is not literal. Sometimes the cliff is emotional.
You know that little white kid be like, bullshit.
I'm just saying, for sake, again, me being a man dating women for years, sometimes I think y'all cliff is comfort. Sometimes I think y'all cliff is discomfort. I can agree with that. Maybe it's not always life. Exactly. It's not always life or death. But
we're not. Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're not doing the disregard dance based upon gender. It normally has to do with either experience, or we understand, like True said, if we are going to fail, we would rather the failure be on top of us to protect you from it. So it's not a disregard to say, oh, you just don't know what the hell you're talking about because you have a vagina. It's, I believe that this is the best route to go based on my logic. And if I'm wrong, I'll deal with it and you won't have to wear that. So it's an act of protection.
I can understand that. I can understand that.
Protection. Yeah.
But listen to whatever it is that I may have a thought about that. Listen to me as well, because I might have a different standpoint that you may not have seen or considered.
Is it possible that I could? Is it possible that I could listen to you after I made the left-hand turn?
No, now we dead. See what I mean? Now we dead. Now we dead. Now we dead. Now we dead.
Yeah, but I also think it's important too. If you want somebody to listen, it's how you bring it to them too. So, you know, like
I
the
definitely
way,
agree with that. Yes.
right? So like, yeah. So the way he was talking, and then you like cut him off because you want him to listen to you. I don't think that's going to really work well. So I think you have to. It's just how we handle things.
And see how you said that? I think that you're used to women cutting you off and not listening.
You just cut me off.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You're used to that. So every
No,
woman
I'm
don't do
not
that.
used to that. I was just expressing me personally. That's not something that I want to tolerate. But what I'm saying is that I'm going to create an environment where I'm going to listen, but you got to have some support with it. I'm not going to be listening to nothing. So you're going to have to give me some support as to why this makes sense. And then I will apply logic over the whole situation. So I'll listen and I'll factor in what somebody's saying. And I personally wouldn't be with somebody who like wasn't a thinker or somebody who wasn't smart. So if you with me, then by default, I'm going to kind of factor those things in. And I'm comfortable with making that final decision because at some point somebody has to make a decision. And I think that over time, when that trust comes, she'll feel comfortable with you, being able to make those decisions and there's not no friction. But there's some people who don't operate like that.
And I'm willing to listen. That's a fact. I'm there. See, look at that balance.
Okay. Get to these super chats.
Listen to Mojo when he tried to get you a man in August.
Brother Noomsy, gifted one Lapeef network membership. Appreciate you. Schoolboy 609-215, $2, 300 cases to the countless murders over women. Cool boy, again, $2. Didn't Ford share Drake with Takara? Isn't he? Never mind. Brother Noomsy, but $1.49 super sticker and also member. Thank you for your contributions tonight, Brother Noomsy. I want to thank everybody that has contributed tonight, man. Excellent show. I was kind of wondering how this was going to look with us talking about Melyssa all night, but tried something different with this topic and title and all that good stuff. But it worked out. Are you guys okay? That looks sad. Y'all supposed to be kind of vibed up after the conversation. Y'all look like y'all.
Actually, it's great. I enjoy it. I always enjoy it. So,
Keep real. I'm waiting on you to end because I need to go. You hear me?
Okay. With that being said, but y'all make sure y'all enjoy y'all evening. Follow the people on the panel if they got some IGs, YouTube channels, all that good stuff, and support them. But all the outside business outside of YouTube, we do a lot of great things, not just on YouTube. So y'all just support them the same way you support us over here. Y'all enjoy y'all weekend. Y'all be safe. Make sure y'all brush y'all teeth and floss before you go to bed tonight. And we out.